Hello everyone, and welcome back to Fire Emblem Three Houses. We've got everyone to talk to for the month. No ability to buy fishing bait yet. We do have some quests available to unlock things, though. I have to actually go to the bulletin board to check them. We have only the bold to unlock tournaments, which presumably will earn us a lot of extra gold and items. Tea for 2, which will unlock tea parties, which I think is just another way to raise morale and support points. And in hiding, which is probably going to be a fight for next week. So first things first. Oh, I have a support with Bernadetta available, it looks like. Or is that just... No, that's just I haven't talked to her yet. Never mind. Let's go do our stuff that doesn't take AP. Specifically, farming. No stat boosts this time. I guess Northern Fodlan and fruit. And I know I'm not going to gain another professor rank, so let's prune. I vaguely recall that, but I think that was before I actually played the game.
It would be terrible if the greenhouse was targeted. The plants in here are incredibly valuable. This place contains the heart of Garrett Mock's 995-year history. So many beautiful flowers, plants that can save or end lives. They are all my precious children.
Oh. Gained investigation note number 7. A summary of the monk's testimony. Apparently the plants in the greenhouse hold intrinsic and personal value. Oh, I see. It's gather info for the upcoming chapter.
Okay? No.
The goddess's rite of rebirth is the most significant ritual for the Church of
Oh,
Souls.
right. I remember
believe that
you
someone
mentioning
has
that,
spread
yeah.
These rumors of an assassination plot merely with the intention to hinder the celebration.
Maybe. It would be terrible if the greenhouse was targeted. This place contains the heart.
Oh my god. That is Michelle Ruff. That's a weirdly small role for her, but okay.
Okay?
Steal some fish.
Hey, Professor, I hope you're well. As for me, I had a date with a splendid specimen of a knight. But now he's suddenly not in the mood to see me again. I blame all these rumors of a deathly figure showing up in town. Such an uproar must have, beyond reason, drawn his attention away from me.
What?
Huh.
So, greetings, Professor. Nothing to report. The goddess's rite of rebirth is this month, right? The monastery gates will be thrown wide open on that day. I'll be working as a guide. I hope I get to guide some lovely ladies around.
Welcome.
I think I already checked and there's nothing available. Yeah, because I bought all the intermediate seals for the month. Oh yeah, I do have a bullion,
Thank you.
and another bullion.
Thank you.
And that's it. Hello.
Please come again.
What do you require?
Are there any new wow, battalions restock, I guess. I should probably grab the C rank ones.
Do you want to hire this?
We'll take on.
Headstrong will take you on.
Farewell.
Use bottle of perfume. A bottle containing a rare perfume. It probably belongs to someone who's particular about fashion.
Welcome.
And nothing new here, right? Right.
Come back soon.
Lady Rhea lifts the spirits of all the people of Fodland. We cannot allow her to come to any harm.
So.
I've heard talk of students wandering the monastery late at night. They wouldn't happen to be from your class, would they? Please keep your students in line, Professor. Kids these days.
Confessional letter. A letter confessing offenses to the goddess. It probably belongs to someone who feels deeply repentant.
Setting fire to the stables to distract everyone. To cause a commotion. It is the oldest trick in the book. But I cannot shake the thought that our enemies may attempt it. I will stand guard and watch over the stable. And the knight's horses. They are truly magnificent. Please, do me a favor.
Find a tea aficionado who is worthy of Ferdinand's tea set. You've given this tea set... When you've given away the tea set, you can try inviting someone to a tea party. A tea set entrusted to you by Ferdinand. He wants you to give it to someone who appreciates tea. Yeah, that makes sense that it goes to Lawrence and that it's Marianne's. Let's go on a support viewing spree after finishing everything else for this day.
I've been in town procuring some supplies for Flame. No, but do not concern yourself for my safety. I am very much stronger than I appear. I have something to ask of you.
A band of thieves has been raiding villages in the north of Fargus. Reports indicate they may have made an old tower their stronghold. Do you have any idea where it might be? Gather information on the thieves' hideout. You may find information on each region collected in the Knight's Hall.
That reminds me. Did you know that on the last day of the rite, the monastery's open to the general public? It's kind of fun. It makes the place feel like a festival.
No classes on a festival day. I thought I'd get to spend all day relaxing in the company of some lovely ladies. But now this mess has happened. Hey, Professor. I know there's talk of an assassination attempt. But do you really think they'll do it on the day of the Rite of Rebirth? I feel like security would be looser some other time. Is there some reason why it has to happen on that day?
Professor, in Brigid, assassinations are many. I have also been the targeted, back in the past. The Goddess Tower has an entrance of narrowness. That is most good. The windows are not the most good, though. A target of ease for snipers.
Speaking of which...
Professor Yuritsa seems very familiar to me, but I don't recognize his name. I guess the resemblance could be coincidental.
Hey, Professor. I figured it out, Professor. The enemy must be targeting Lady Rhea. They're gonna make it seem like they're going after something else, but then they're gonna go for her. Impressive, right? I'm telling you, my intuition's never wrong. Hey, I got a favor to ask.
You know about the fighting tournaments here at the monastery? I hear anyone can get involved. Oh, I know. You and I should sign up, Professor. Fighting tournaments are held in the monastery to test what the students learned in their daily training. Speak to the tournament organizer at the training grounds to learn more. We get a steel axe out of that, which is nice.
Do you know what this room is? It is the church's treasure vault. I say treasure, but I do not mean silver and gold and jewels. It mostly contains weapons, artifacts, and the like. Anything that would cause too great a stir, should it be stolen? No. The church knows better than to store anything too valuable in such an accessible location.
Investigation note number 4. I assume I get all the notes from the white dots. Artificial flower. Bright red cloth formed into the shape of a rose. It probably belongs to someone who wears flashy clothes.
Let's see. All this talk of assassination plots. It brings back dark memories I prefer to keep buried. I doubt there is any correlation, and yet... it is nothing. I am sorry for allowing my mind to wander. My focus should be solely on guarding the monastery right now.
I hear you have fought alongside Catherine. I would wager that her power exceeded your expectations. Had you the chance to witness her relic? Thunderbrand, glowing red. That glow is a sure sign that her blood contains a crest that harmonizes with that hero's relic.
Thieves' intel. A warning for anyone heading into Honand Tower. Seems some thieves have made that tower their hideout. Well, there's Sedeth's quest taken care of.
Well done. You have my thanks.
Conant Tower? Yes, I suppose that would make a sensible base for a group of thieves. I'll use this information to investigate the matter further. You have my thanks. You get a concoction and an ancient coin. Renown increased. Oh, are tournaments like Colosseums where they're automated?
So sleepy. Too sleepy. I found an interesting book in the library. I was so caught up reading it, I forgot to sleep. Interesting discovery, though. The coffins of the 4 saints in the sanctum each have their crests carved into them. I'll need to find a way down there to get a look.
Have you heard? Rumor has it that Death himself has been appearing in Garreg Mach. They say he appears every night and kidnaps folks. I wonder what happens to them.
What's the matter? You're running all over creation. Ah, you don't believe Lady Rhea is the real target, do you? Even so, the Knights have their orders. We can't abandon our duty to guard Lady Rhea. The goddess's rite of rebirth is an important event for the Church of Seros. They say it's the day when the goddess will return to walk among us. Not too likely, if you ask me. Best if you keep that to yourself.
The head chef's mysterious specialty has been prepared just for you. Effects are enhanced for those enjoying their favorite meal. Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
Something in the monastery that someone might go after? There's so much here, I couldn't possibly name just one. Even this here kitchen contains precious wares, wine bottles from centuries past and the like. I hear that stuff is fancy, but not very drinkable. I doubt anyone would go to the trouble of stealing it.
I was thinking, have you heard of the War of the Eagle and Lion? It was the battle that won the kingdom its independence from the Empire. Even the Church of Saros had no choice but to recognize the courage of Luke, the King of Lions, who emerged victorious.
Luke?
The Church awarded him a crown and the right to govern the Fargus region, backing him in his bid to found the Holy Kingdom of Fargus. In return, Luke agreed to make the Church of Saros the religion of his territory, and permitted them to publicly proselytize across the kingdom. In the 400 years since, the Church and the kingdom have continued to maintain very close relations.
There's been talk of an attempt on Rhea's life. We've been ordered to help the Knights patrol. Could that possibly mean that Rhea isn't beloved by everyone the world over? There's been talk of that...
I don't know who's to blame for all this commotion, but it's frankly a huge inconvenience. With everyone stuck on guard duty, our study and training time has been drastically reduced.
It seems there were forces opposing the church, beyond Lord Lonato. I never thought such forces could exist in this world. I suppose that may be true. Yes, this is mine. Thank you for returning it.
The monks declined my offer of assistance. They said that no one from Dusker is to be trusted, especially now. Given the circumstances, I cannot fault them.
People die in every battle, and it can be by sword or spear or magic, but depending on who it is that died, depending on who died, it's different. I hope nothing bad happens this month. I'm sorry, but that's... I'm sorry. Our enemy's true target. What could it be? The monastery has been around for nearly a millennium. It's only logical that there are secrets here. We'd better investigate. Would you mind asking around and seeing what you can dig up? Once you've uncovered some leads, we'll regroup.
I need to actually accept the quest. An owl feather.
I bet the enemy's using this assassination nonsense just to sneak in and raid the pantry. What do you think, Professor? Oh, I'm right, all right. My animal instinct is telling me that the enemy is after our best meats.
You spend too much time roaming the monastery. If you're looking for something, try less aimless wandering. Do you even know who the enemy is? You can't know why without knowing who. It's none of my business anyway. I'm just here to take care of enemies who get too close.
Things we can't obtain here, are you?
Wait, what? Online liaison. The monastery is now hosting travelers.
Yes.
The monastery hosts travelers from players all over the world. The travelers can give you deals on items, take part on recon training, or join your party as adjutants. Use the local specialty option to buy items and resources at a lower cost than you would find at a shop. Recon training is a challenge to locate hidden travelers. If you're successful, you can earn resources as a reward. If you succeed multiple times, you can earn a battalion. A traveler is hired as an adjutant will follow one of your units in the next battle. Afterwards, they sometimes teach you an ability or combat art that they have equipped. New travelers have arrived. Okay, let's see. Local specialties. Iron sword, rusted sword. Oh, something I'm selling. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna concern myself with it. I'm sure there's some cool stuff you can do with it, but... Oh. Traveler Sinone. Selling a master... Yes? An arcane crystal? No. That's an early master seal. Yeah, let's store all this stuff and make sure everyone's inventories are right. Actually, you go ahead and trade that over. Wait, what? Yeah, trade with Petra for that Iron Sword Plus. Too early to use it. But I can use it immediately without even worrying about if I've gotten any from, like, fights or anything.
Lord Lenato's rebellion may have been quelled, but the unrest in Fargus isn't dying down anytime soon. The Boar Prince should hurry up and claim the throne, rather than letting old customs hold him back.
You're skilled. Why won't you battle me?
Beginner sword tournament. Yeah? Wait. No, I want her to use the sword they always use the training sword. Okay.
Flame spirit protects me.
Round 2. Fight!
My heart is full of victory.
Win! Round 3. Quarterfinals. Yeah, she wins this one too. Oh wait, no, not double hits. Oof. You could have saved that critical there and done way better. Okay. Yeah, you lose. Oh wait, I can choose to restore.
I will not be stopping.
6, 12, 6, 6. She loses. Is there any penalty for losing? I mean, there's always the chance of him missing. There we go, we win. As long as she keeps hitting. Oh yeah. Alright. Got a pretty decent amount of money there. A steel sword plus as a reward for victory. And a lot of professor points, too. And an extra steel axe. Thunderbrand replica. And a badge of graduation. Enthusiastic about training. A handkerchief soaked in a strange... Oh my god, it's a fucking chloroform rag. I've not talked with Hubert. Best pest practices. A list of the different pests that target plants during cultivation, complete with methods of eradication for each. You won't want to be a bug in this greenhouse, that's for sure. Petra support?
Professor, I am not understanding where the meaning is here. When and how is this expression used? I fell for it.
Byleth? Byleth?
No, that is what you say when your body is feeling unwell. The expression is, I fell for it. Thank you, Professor. I finally have understanding. Can I ask you about another word? The one that is written here. Is something on my face? I am without much time to study. I must use my time with wisdom. Is that really what you are thinking? Or maybe you have curiosity about the mark on my face? You are already knowing that I am from Brigid. This is a mark from Brigid. It is a prayer to the forest spirits. A prayer to be protected. Hunters ask the forest spirits to have safe and bountiful hunting. There are many spirits in Brigid. I have more marks on my arms.
I was elected to lead, not to read. Number 3.
And triumph. Are you wanting to see them? That gives me happiness. I will be showing them to you soon. I have much gratitude for you, Professor. You always listen with patience. I can read and understand the language of Fodlan, but to speak it, gives me difficulty. I hope I will keep having your support, and I will give you my support too, with my whole heart. I have things that I cannot fail to accomplish. Yes, we will keep walking forward.
Fuck is Huber?
Okay. That reminds me. Professor.
Is he on the bridge? Okay.
Speaking of, can you imagine the Archbishop being murdered? I prefer not to consider such a gruesome scenario. Awfully calm, aren't you? I wonder what it takes to rile you up. Yes, that is mine.
Knew it.
Thank you. Where did you find it?
Well...
Oh my god. The church gate is awful.
Really? Listen. The goddess's home is in the sky. She lives on a bright and shining star. But in the spring, you can't see that star. That means she can't protect Fodlan. That's the day of the rite of rebirth. See? See? I've been studying. I know just about everything.
That reminds me. People seem to think that all the Knights of Seros are equal. But that isn't quite so. There are many distinguishing ranks within the Order. For example, there are squires who are training to become knights, as well as full knights, like myself. Oh, and then we have the holy knights, such as Catherine. Those are the knights that can wield a hero's relic.
Well, about 20 or so years ago, there was a big fire in Garreg Mach. On that day, Captain Gerald went missing. Everyone thought he was dead. It never occurred to me that he might actually have survived. The truly strange part is that in all those years, he hasn't changed a bit.
That's the note? I don't know. I don't know you. Why are you leaving me a note?
Professor, I am afraid I have acted a bit childishly toward my brother recently. Given the circumstances, I requested that he provide me with some candies. Silly of me, really. The timing was improper, and I regret it very much now. Oh, but more importantly, this place is off limits, Professor. It is only open to the public on the day of the goddess's rite of rebirth.
Here's an idea.
Mysterious notebook. Full of
On
bad
the day of
puns.
The rite, the monastery will be open to the public, including the Holy Mausoleum. The Holy Mausoleum is where the tomb of the divine Seros lies. There she slumbers, eternally. That's pretty much all that's in there. Just an ancient coffin. It's sealed with a powerful magic to protect against would-be grave robbers.
You're kidding. I can't stop thinking about Lonato. I'm sorry, Professor. I know this isn't the time, but I just can't get past it. Thank you. No matter what happens, I promise you I'll do my part.
Here's a thought. With the whole monastery preparing for the goddess's rite of rebirth this month, it feels like everyone's a little on edge.
I have a thought. Have you visited the Goddess Tower? It's a sacred place used for rituals and the like. In general, students aren't allowed entry, but as you'd expect, that rule just excites their curiosity. Some have even tried sneaking in. Well, at least for this month, that kind of behavior is totally unthinkable. We have a lot more security, what with the Goddess's Rite of Rebirth coming up.
Like this. Violet is worse than basically everyone else. And everything. I know.
Thinking. Oh.
Oh, did you not realize that you could infinitely do certain fights?
Hi. If you're looking for something, I probably can't help you. I still don't know what's where around here. Hey, I get hungry sometimes. Like anyone else. What? Eating at night is bad for you? There's no way that's true. Wait, really?
Understandable.
The goddess's rite of rebirth is the Could it be that someone... How kind of you. Oh, most kind. Thank you for bringing this to me.
I will have to repay you sometime.
Got some tea and more renown. Seems like everyone's catching big fish today. I think I have like a little bit of bait. Literally one piece of bait. Oh, I see. So at this point, I can actually go upstairs over here too. And then I also need to go upstairs to like the library.
Maybe.
Excuse me,
Professor. I just wanted to let you know that Lady Rhea is always real concerned with you. She expects great things, I think. Please don't let her down, okay? I hope you're not just saying that.
I am, don't worry.
Maybe.
I am a little disappointed that Petra doesn't get some sword experience for winning the tournament.
That reminds me.
So theoretically, Byleth is the one who's going to have the highest charisma stat.
You'd best keep your distance. In this nervous state, I might just cut you down.
Oh, come on. I'm only kidding.
You'd best...
Are you a graduate?
Oh, this
Yes,
is mine.
okay.
Thanks. I'm glad to have it back.
I am grateful.
Might you have come looking for me because you were worried about my safety?
Sure.
I'm quite all right. But your concern means a great deal.
Ugh.
Professor.
Probably a freaking agent of fate is what you are.
Well...
Oh, things are going to go in this predetermined way.
Unbelievable. What a terrifying story. However, an assassination attempt on Lady Rhea is doomed to fail. Pardon? You think the goal may be different than simple assassination? Intriguing. I suppose the priceless objects in this room could perhaps draw thieves. However, there's no one but me who could make use of them.
Hey, did you hear? A knight wielding a scythe is roaming around town at night. If he's a villain, I'd like to get the measure of him.
I don't know of anyone here who's particularly jokey.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna lean towards the person who's actually played the game being right here. Rank up.
There are numerous books in this library that you cannot find anywhere else. But once you are here, you can read them easily enough. I doubt someone would go to the trouble of stealing one. Sometimes Seteth will dispose of books that are deemed inappropriate for the monastery, but that's about it. In a way, I suppose that makes those particular volumes more valuable, right?
That boy who assists the Archbishop. Cyril, I believe? I hear he's originally from a foreign land to the east called Almyra. I know he's still only a child, but I do wonder about his true intentions.
Can we quit it? It's fairly inconsequential either way. And there's like no purpose to continuing it, and it's also my chat, so I'm saying to drop it. Oh, it's a loading screen, duh.
I knew I could count on you. There's a place that the church values above all others. On the day of the rite, it will be open to the public. That will make it much easier than usual to access. Precisely. We can't know for certain, but it's a distinct possibility that the Holy Mausoleum is our enemy's target.
I don't know that I am. Right, we have supports to go through. Edelgard has one with Ferdinand.
You came at just the right
More
time,
supports,
Edelgard.
maybe.
Is that so?
Yes, I have a story for you. It's about a pair of nobles living about 100 years after the founding of the Adrestian Empire. One was Derek von Eyre. People called him the warrior prime minister. He bravely led soldiers into battle and mowed down his enemies. And the other
Was the emperor of the time. She wagered the throne in a duel against Derek and won. Why don't we do what our ancestors did and have a little duel ourselves? That's what you were going to say. But the answer is no.
You interrupted me! The warrior prime minister used a dramatic line to propose the duel, and you did not allow me to say it!
My apologies, Ferdinand.
Well, at any rate, you were correct in surmising that I was about to challenge you. But you were rather blunt in your refusal.
Ferdinand, control yourself. When will you tire of challenging me in pointless competitions?
I can quit now if you insist on it. I will not challenge you again.
You expect me to believe that?
Why do you look so surprised? Of course it is not a valid duel unless both parties are willing. Now that you have refused outright, I must come up with some other way of getting that which I seek.
I'm afraid to ask what you could possibly mean by that.
Only that I will find some other way of showing everyone that I am superior to you. Huh. I will write a handbill listing your accomplishments, alongside my own more impressive ones. Copyists will produce thousands of these pamphlets and distribute them far and wide. Then everyone will know about my...
This has to stop. Perhaps I should have ended things with a duel after all.
Hubert has one with Bernadette. Oh no.
Being outside is so tiring. Tomorrow's gotta be just an inside day, Bernie. Whoa, why is it so cold all of a sudden? It's as if an unspeakable evil just...
You're late.
No, into the light! Back to the beyond from whence you came!
Are you telling me to die?
Hubert!
In the flesh. I came to ask you something.
Oh no, what did I do? Think, Bernie, think!
There have been sightings of a sinister figure carrying a sharp object, wandering the halls at night. A strange giggle, the glimmer of a needle in the dark, the sound of a door creaking open and closed.
I was embroidering.
I suspected as much. Then you leave me no choice.
What? No, I'm too young to die. I've got
About what I expected.
It's no good. I can't run anymore.
That was quite a sprint. A shame you lack stamina. Now to my duty.
You're going to execute me, aren't you? Please, let me compose my last will and testament. Or at least a swan song. The creak of a door. Sorrow like a needlepoint. Bernie's gone away.
Bernadetta, a word of caution. How would you feel if you fell or bumped into someone while carrying around that needle? Please watch where you're going in the future. How did you manage to faint while I cannot simply leave her here.
He's a massive dork.
Another fine day, alone in my room, and plenty of books to read.
Bernadetta, I have something to discuss with you.
What? I didn't do anything.
No need to be defensive. I am not angry.
Oh, you definitely are. I can tell. Just get it over with. What did I do?
You did not do anything wrong. Please, listen. Look, just breathe, will you?
Can't breathe. Too scared.
I see that you are struggling. Please calm down.
Easy for you to say.
I just wanted to discuss how you are always hiding in your room. It seems like something must be troubling you, for you to shut yourself away like that. If something is the matter, maybe I can help. But you need to tell me what it is first.
No, no thanks. I'm fine. See, I'm breathing now. You fixed me. Can I go?
Do you not realize that life is passing you by? Have you no desire to venture beyond this reclusive lifestyle? There is a whole world waiting for you out there. The social life of a noble is actually rather...
Just stop it. I'm not interested.
Bernadetta, this is unhealthy behavior. I beg you to take my hand. Otherwise, I will have to pick you up and carry you, and neither of us will...
What am I actually like being alone? Is that so hard to imagine? It's none of your business. Get lost. No. Oh, no.
Did you just deck him?
I sprained my wrist.
Oh, no, 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 no. Now you've done it, Bernie. Now you're his eternal rival.
I do not wish to hurt you. Actually,
No! I'm done for! You'll be the death of me for sure!
Maybe I should just come back later.
Linhart and Petra.
Petra, would you pause a moment?
Yes? Are you wanting something?
I was observing your spear work, and I wonder if you don't think your transitions are sloppy. The way you move your arm before a strong thrust hinders your movement and slows your spear on its way back. It leaves a rather large opening.
Which arm? My left or right?
I think the right... No, actually it's both. It's something about the way you move your elbows.
I am not understanding. Can you show me, please?
Demonstrate? No. I'd hate to get sweat all over my book.
But I must correct this. Please. Or are you unable to do, and you can only teach?
I am more of a theorist than a practitioner. I advise and you implement. Very simple.
Then, please advise again.
It's all quite simple. Sometimes you make a big stab downwards, right? Before that, you lift up. At that point, you sort of let the tension go and stop. It ruins the momentum of the stab.
How can I be lifting up with no unnecessary moving?
It's the arm movement that's extraneous. Calculate the locus of the spear and the elasticity of the muscles.
Locus? Elasticity? Can you not just be showing me? Please. If you are showing me, I will learn it with quickness.
I won't waste your time with such demonstrations. You're a smart one, Petra. You'll sort it out. Besides, I need to go now. I have a prior appointment to keep.
Linhart only likes talking. It is on myself to prevail.
Alright, so that's all our supports. Oh. While I'm thinking about it... Probably just equip the Steel Sword Plus. Oh, and definitely store the Steel Axe. And then... trade the Iron Sword Plus for these. No. Just take the regular Steel Sword for now. Preferably not use it too much until we unlock the blacksmith so we can repair weapons, which is what I assume you do in this game. So I did fishing, I did the advice box horribly, I did gardening. I should start working on supports with other classes. I don't know who to start with. I guess I'll go down the list and start with Felix and Ash. Or I guess whoever is available here, I guess. Lysithia. And Ash.
This looks delicious. Let's eat.
Eating delicious food really takes my worries away.
And then Ash likes cooking, so again, I really like going for Dex because it's hit and avoid.
I love to cook. What are we making today? That's so. I have a lot of experience in the kitchen. I can make just about anything. Wow.
And that was not enough to bump me up to a C rank support, but that generally takes a while. So that is everything. All quests, the tournament. Start with Edelgard.
Nothing worth. Praise isn't necessary, really. I'm in.
Just because, again, I still don't really have access to heavy armor items. Hubert.
Perhaps I've been well taught. You're in.
Yeah, I want to work on getting your spear perk.
Flattery will get you nowhere. Your instruction has been beneficial.
There we go. Budding talent. This unit now excels in the lance skill. Learn the combat art Frozen Lance. And Petra. Who I am going to be focusing on bow with.
You are giving me praise? I have
And then I guess Bernadetta to work on her writing. Oh.
I didn't know the answer. I'm sorry. That's really kind.
Budding talent. Now you excels. Learn the ability pass.
That's some talent. I did pretty well today.
And I'm out of AP. Group tasks are the same. Goals are going to be the same. Use this magic stat instead of strength. Oh! Yeah, that's good. Such interesting ideas you seem to have, Professor, but tell me this. What would you do if you were given the task of teaching a subject that you yourself did not understand?
That was surprisingly reasonable.
That's a lot of points. Yeah, I'll participate because why wouldn't I, honestly? It gets me more, stuff.
Our voices are all over the place. We must learn to work together in harmony.
Professor, let me sing for you. Do you not like my voice? It would make a Pegasus dance with joy.
Violet gained a significant amount of authority experience. Nice. Yeah, I just figured that. Oh, sure, T. Okay.
I am honored that you invited me. You know about my favorite tea. I am moved.
Oh, huh.
I am ever so grateful.
I just figured she likes sweet stuff. Okay, she likes talking about fish in the sea. Likeable allies.
Lively places are my favorite. I like the monastery because there are always so many people bustling about.
So perfect just means a majority good responses, I guess? Because I did get the first one wrong. Extra time, oh.
That tea was very delicious. Please take care, Professor.
Violet's charm increased by 1. Lane's charm increased by 1.
Our professor is certainly adventurous, but I...
What? You
Yes. Result...
was hoping.
It's a decent.
Good. No one gained ranks this week. So there's nothing to do at the monastery, it looks like. No one can cert up, right? Nothing's available that's new, I assume, since it's a monthly thing. I guess we just seminar. Yeah, let's do Catherine's, because I need skills for Lilith real badly.
Practice yields results.
Learn combat art grounder. Learn combat art wrathgut strike. Wait, why are you in a sword class? Okay. Dorothea.
Everything went pretty well today.
Budding talent. Excels in faith. White magic avoid plus 20.
I learned something new.
Dang. Let's see. Yeah, I think I want to work on just your magic skill for now. Well, so the game is suggesting I move her into a mage. Her being good at swords, does that actually matter? I have my freaking notebook. Why am I not just checking that? A Levin sword. Dorothea. Mid-rank mage. I guess it doesn't hurt to make her okay at a melee weapon. While wielding white magic. Interesting. Weapon sword does magic damage. Yeah, she's not really naturally gaining sword experience, so I guess it makes sense to put her training into it. Petra is really close to sword up.
I do not have enough understanding. I did not have success. Please, be guiding me. Your guidance was greatly useful.
One off. She'll get it from her class stuff. Her schedule. Let's see. Yeah, let's just keep putting points into spears to catch you up a little bit there.
Professor.
I was hoping.
It's a deep.
Good result. Skill up.
Lightning.
Ferdinand is now D+ in heavy armor.
As long as it makes me stronger.
Combat art. Wild Abandon. Ability. Axe Prowess 3. Ability. Reason level 3. Combat art. Bane of Monsters. Ability. Close Encounter. Ability. Sword Prowess 3. A lot of people do a fight this week. Wonder why. Level 7 fight and a level 9 fight. Okay. Let's do each once. I feel like that's a good way to handle it. Well, I guess technically I should spend all fight AP I have. You know what? You're right. It does look like a fake leak console design. Alright, guy in the back has presumably bullion, yep.
I will get the victory.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
The X card on me.
Stay focused.
I will prevail.
I'd rather have my lower level characters getting into the fray right now.
I'm on it.
That's my cue.
I guess they should still kind of be up in there, but... Haha. Let's see. If I do a curved shot here, I take that guy out and get Petra support up with a bunch of people.
Flame spirit, protect me.
Yeah, let's kind of block you from the others. Yeah, just a small hit here.
I won't go down so easily.
Yeah, like, the library is enough that I kind of want to get one near launch, but oh my god, that is a stupid design.
So obvious.
I, like, squealed when I realized it was a Demon's Souls remaster. Figured I might as well go in.
Pretty good, don't you think?
So is the level cap not 20, like I was assuming? Because I'm in the level cap is 99. I can't tell if you're messing with me.
Be gone.
Guess I've gotten better.
Huh. I guess they realized that it's kind of hard to scale an RPG for level 20 when it's this long. Like a video game RPG, I mean.
You should be honored.
Let's see. Yeah, just go ahead and do that.
For Lady Edelgard. I still have a long way to go.
Reason level 3. Dun, dun, da, 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 da.
Thanks so much.
Oh, is it like the report cards in Danganronpa?
That went as expected.
Da, 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 da. Yeah, you guys can come to me.
Whoops. Oh well.
Hey, don't complain. You got a strength point there, buddy. Fizz attack +3 from your battalion. Haha. Yeah, go ahead. Leadership is now E+. Right, you get basically no damage on heavily armored units with the bow. Well, yeah, Ferdinand, you definitely need a kill.
You are nothing. Greatness awaits me.
Speed? Not bad. Can't complain about that.
I will not be stopping. I am greater now.
Right, where she does even more damage when she's under max HP.
Winning's always nice.
Oh, it actually shows your support ranks with people when you're selected. Huh. Battalion level up. I really do like just how much stuff there is you're constantly leveling up in this game. You're leveling up your skills, you're leveling up your class, you're leveling up your battalion, you're leveling up your character level. Makes every turn feel very significant.
Got him! What did I expect?
I can fight through anything. This was beneath me. Greatness
Ooh.
awaits me.
Receive Polian. I'll let Linhart finish.
Must be awful losing to me.
100 gold and 5 wild game. I really like the generic battle theme. And this is... Oh, these are both the exact same fight, just higher level, huh? As last chap. Yep. No, actually. No, there was. There was the forest and the path down here with the heal tile.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
Training axe. Yeah.
No. I will get the victory. That's my cue.
Put me in there.
I guess to be fair, making making so many unique maps per chapter just would be really hard. Rusted sword. Iron sword.
Stay focused.
Yeah, Violet, if you go over there. Well, actually, you're on level, so you should come back and fight, but... I'm just gonna go miasma.
Watch how weak you are! How humiliating.
Oh, there are paralogs in this game? I thought that was just awakening. Rally magic.
Knew you could do it.
Huh.
I will prevail.
Training gauntlets. Rusted lance. Axe Powers 3 and Monster Breaker.
Watch and learn.
Left side. Ah. Rally magic. Use rally to grant +4 magic to an ally. No? Not very interested in that.
Can't get ahead of myself.
It's simple logic.
Each battle, a chance to grow.
Alright. And those guys... Are they really trying to loop all the way around? Yeah. Wait.
Be mindful.
No, your Gambit is the healing one. Never mind. Get back here, you jerks! Well, at least one of them is coming back. Oh, Edelgard is done with her class level now. I didn't actually notice that till now.
Failure is not an option.
Oh no, that's her, battalion. Never mind.
That won't do it all.
You can dodge.
strength will serve Lady Edelgard well.
No magic, but speed.
Well done.
Always getting stronger.
Leadership is now E+, authority level 1.
Can I go now?
Bernadette level 9.
I get stronger?
Fantastic level there. Oh, because she can potentially move into Bernadetta's space. You're already on level of Caspar. You don't need to come Muso through these guys. Oh my god. Yeah, you go here so that she can heal you.
Back to the fray.
And she can nab some XP.
Not quite what I was at.
I mean, magic and speed is not terrible. The gotcha game.
Think this through. Well done.
Ah. No damage. Ha ha, you're a loser.
You're out of luck.
Stay focused.
I will prevail.
That sounds amazingly awful. Yeah, soften him up and kill him, I guess.
For Lady Edelgard.
Battalion level up. Church of Saros soldiers.
Just like that. You'll be repaid.
Oh god. I appreciate the addition, but no. Do 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 da 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 da.
I thought I was dead.
It's occurred to me that this was a bad idea. But when has that ever stopped me before?
The mark of nobility.
Yeah, let's get some sword experience while I'm here.
I've got many skills, you know. Well, like what you see.
Damn. Oh, Night Healer is gonna break your weapon.
I think I...
Bow Prowess level 3 and Deadeye. And her bow broke. Da na na na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
Allow me to demonstrate. As expected.
Violet is now level 10.
Another step forward.
Not so fast.
Yeah, come in with the Wrath Strike. And then you can actually one-shot this guy with a throne. Nice. That was a nice amount of damage. Do do do. And yet I still actually do damage to the heavy armored bandit. What the heck, game? Alright. Gonna kill him with a counter. You're still targeting Bernadetta? I guess that makes sense, but still. Tempest Lance to finish.
Just give up. This is what a real man looks like. There you are.
And this should end the fight, actually.
This one's beneath me.
I will be surprised if not.
Great.
Steel Lance broke. I didn't realize that countering also. Alright. Who needs to kill? Petra for sure.
I will not be stopping.
Black Sand Steel times 10. Renown increased.
My thank you so much. I have gratitude.
Crap, do I get a shopping opportunity?
So much. I am grateful.
Maybe before the mission starts? I'm just gonna guide this, yeah. Let's see. It's a house leader, it's not worth it. Oh, it's Claude. So, yeah. Can I even do support with the other house leaders? I can't, right? Right, it wasn't even giving me options. Allies who can take intermediate exams. Byleth and Ferdinand can now take intermediates. Let's see. Mercenary is strong and speedy. The mercenary gets the job done. Thief, no. Pegasus Knight. I'm not done learning Myrmidon. So I should probably wait on that. Then Ferdinand has available a Cavalier. Which gets the Canto. Or Canto? Skill. Take the exam anyway. Fair enough point.
A new path to tread.
Ferdinand. Cavalier.
A true noble never fails.
Okay, good. Marketplace. Still no blacksmith. Let's yeet some useless items. And some broken items. Well, it's probably going to be cheaper to repair than to buy a new one. So I'm going to hold on to those broken ones. Except for the iron bow. We don't need to keep an iron bow around. Alright, so Bernadetta will buy you a steel bow. Ferdinand, I guess for the time being, we'll buy you another steel lance. Who else had a broken item? No one? Okay. Let's look at weapons that will need to be replaced, though. Let's see here. Your iron axe is looking pretty rough, so let's get you a steel one. You're more mage than swordswoman. You have plenty of sword durability. You're gonna need a steel lance as well. Let's replenish. Supports are available. Oh, so do Edelgard and Byleth supports happen automatically, like, during weeks, I wonder? Like, at a specific point of the game? Edelgard and Linhardt.
Hello there, Edelgard. Are you looking for something?
You could say that. I'm looking for someone named Linhardt who's been skipping lectures again.
I see. Well, congratulations, you found him. Do you want him for something in particular?
What else could bring me here other than your complete negligence?
Well, perhaps you're interested in hearing my latest theories on the nature of crests. I suspect the formation of crests may be quite different than that recorded in church tradition.
Before you go on, is there any discernible benefit to me allowing this babble to continue?
Well, of course.
And that would be?
I suspect you'll find the topic rather entertaining.
That's it.
What more do you need? Crest research is its own reward.
You know, if you ever truly apply
sure.
you could become a distinguished scholar. You could use your crest knowledge to benefit the world, or uncover new discoveries in magic theory.
Why would I busy myself with such tedious work? I perform this research for my own knowledge. I'm not interested in the world at large.
Oh.
There's nothing wrong with a selfish drive for knowledge, but only if you put it to good use.
I'm sure there must be some use.
Oh? Then please, tell me what potential uses you have in mind.
Well, there are people out there who spend good money on bizarre artistic creations, so I'm sure my not at all useful research could be used as a fine lullaby for the children of the world.
A lullaby? I have things to do. Just know that this was my last warning.
Sure, of course. Goodbye.
Hubert and Linhart.
Well, this is fascinating. Following this equation.
Linhart. Here again, I see.
Go away, Hubert. Now is not a good time. Ah, yes. The double line becomes a helix, and its arc... No, that cannot be correct.
Now is exactly the time. Lady Edelgard requests your presence. Come. The lecture is about to start.
Politely inform her that my research is vastly more important than whatever it is she has to say.
While your passion may be admirable, it is sadly misdirected. This matter takes priority. Return to your hobby when your duty is done.
Hobby? This research will most certainly prove useful in the future.
The Empire requires you to be useful now. I should think you would want the same. You have an almost unparalleled intellect, singular focus, and unfettered imagination. In truth, you have talents that many, including myself, will never have the privilege of possessing.
Are you complimenting me, Hubert? That alone deserves to be studied.
Let me finish. I haven't an ounce of respect for the cause you have chosen to waste your talents on, which changes frequently, I might add, with no rhyme, reason, or results. Learn to apply yourself to something constructive. You may still have a bright future.
That sounds suspiciously as if you're not going to leave me alone. I just want to live a life doing things that interest me. Is that so wrong?
That is unacceptable, even for a nobleman. Her Highness will soon ascend the throne. She is attempting to deal with such noble privilege head-on.
You have a point, and I understand where you're coming from. But I can't do it. I can't bring myself to work for someone else.
Pathetic. Keep to your books, then.
So Hubert really just wants what's best for everyone, but is very crude in the way he explains it.
Ah, Dorothea. The dining hall seems so much brighter with you here.
Ferdy, I must say you are quite adept with flattery. Please, give me some more.
Flattery? No, I was not... There you go with that attitude again. Why do you reserve such cold treatment for me and me alone? Do you hate me, Dorothea? Or have you some other reason to avoid my company?
I underestimated you. I assumed your noble upbringing had dulled your perception. But you got it right on your first try. I hate you.
Huh, I was right. Might I ask why you find me so despicable? I can scarcely guess.
Don't waste another minute thinking about it.
That will not do. I do not think you would hate a person for no reason.
Perhaps. How's this? If you can guess why, I'll let you know if you're right. The brains of us common folk are so simple, it should be pretty easy for a big shot noble to sort out.
Very well. I cannot walk away from a challenge. I have no choice but to chance a guess. You are always making fun, calling me a big shot and so forth. Perhaps you think all nobles are... No, it cannot be that simple.
Oh? What can't be that simple?
Please, will you not give me a clue?
Well, let me see. A good clue? I know. It's because you're like a bee. That ought to be enough of a clue. So long, Ferdy.
A bee? I haven't the slightest. Perhaps because I am such a diligent worker?
You got me on that one.
I do believe a nap is in order.
Ah, this is lovely. Just feel that breeze.
Dorothea, whatever are you doing here?
I was thinking of relaxing here, but it looks as if someone else is lounging in my spot already. Taking a nap in public like this? Really, Lynn. The nobles look down on such behavior.
You do know I am of noble birth.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just teasing.
never do act very noble, though. Why is that?
Each person must follow their own way. This is how I prefer to live. Even if some of the more pretentious nobles like to poke fun at my ways.
Doesn't that bother you? I mean, really? It doesn't hurt your pride or anything?
What use is pride? It doesn't feed nor clothe you. It offers no warmth on a cold night.
First time I've heard a noble say something like that.
Well, most nobles are... what is the polite way to say it? Fools. Yes, they are fools. As for myself, my father is the Minister of Domestic Affairs, and he has pride enough for the both of us. For example, did you know he and the Minister of Military Affairs cannot get along, although they value each other greatly? His pride gets in the way, so he can't make amends. That is why there is discord between civil ministers and military officers in the Empire. And so pride serves no good purpose in politics either. So tell me, what use is it?
I wonder if bad blood between civil and military leaders is somewhat unavoidable. The Minister of Domestic Affairs is in charge of all civil officials, so if they just give in easily, their subordinates would lose respect, right? I get the feeling that if your pride isn't equal to the responsibility you bear, then you aren't fit to lead. Also, I happen to think pride can be quite charming.
And how necessary is charm? It just gets in the way of living your life.
If you lack charm, nobody will give you a second glance.
Right, which means more time for napping.
Lynn, you can't really believe what you're saying, can you?
Aside from the napping thing, I'm kinda with Linhart there. Bernadetta has supports with both Dorothea and Petra.
It's peaceful here. Flowers are so calming. Just looking at these, it's like all the terrible parts of the day just disappear. If only people could be more like flowers.
What's Bern doing? She looks like there's something wrong.
All these nobles are just terrifying. And the commoners? Just look at Dorothea. So pretty, popular, dazzling. There's no way someone like me could ever be close with someone like that.
Bern, are you okay?
Dorothea! Did you hear all that?
Just the part about you wishing you could get along with someone. So, Bern, who have you got a crush on? Seriously, now you have to tell me. Who are they? Do I know them? I'm so excited for you, Bern.
No. I was actually thinking about being friends with you.
Me? I thought we already were friends.
That's not what I mean. Oh, I'm such a coward. I thought it would be great if we could be closer, but old memories just get in the way for me.
Bern, whatever happened in the past, you know you have my full support. I'm here for you. I thought we'd already been friends for a long time now. Please,
just forget it. We'll never be close friends. Father would just... He would just... No!
Wait, Father? What did she mean by that?
Petra's really nice. Never yells, never says mean things about people. Maybe she'd be my friend. Oh, there she is now. Okay, Bernie, you can do this.
Bernadetta, are you needing help with something?
How did you know? Did you have eyes in the back of your head or something?
I do not have that, no.
Right. Can I ask you something? Do you want to, maybe, be friends or something? Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't like me. I don't know what you think of me.
What I am thinking? I am thinking that you remind me of prey.
What?
Yes. Like a rabbit in the tall grass, always watching for enemies, and you flee at any sign of danger. You are quick also. I must be careful that I am not hunting Bernie when I take out my bow.
Oh, you try not to shoot me. That's, nice.
You have similarities with prey. That is all I mean to be saying.
So you're saying you might end up hunting me?
There is no need to have concern.
Oh my
Let
god.
me make sure my arrows are not hitting you.
That isn't comforting. Whatever I did to deserve this, forgive me!
You do not need forgiveness, but it is yours if you are wanting it. Was I saying something wrong? Petra, how are you doing? Getting used to life here? I am settled. Everyone shows great kindness. I'm glad to hear it. I was so surprised when you first arrived. A princess all the way from Brigid. You have my gratitude. But please do not call me princess. You are making my cheeks blush. There's nothing to blush about. You're every little girl's dream of what a princess should be. Anyhow, I suppose it's been a long time since you've been back to Brigid, hasn't it? I hope you aren't homesick.
I mean, the appropriate thing is to feel sorry for her.
I do wish for that. But there is no possibility. The ingredients are not found here.
I suppose you're right. That's probably why they don't cook the food of Brigid in the dining hall. I'm sorry. I just got to thinking about how hard it must be to live somewhere so far away from home and... No, it can't be impossible. I'll fix you a real meal of Brigid. I'll just find a recipe and similar...
No. There's a reason she acts that way.
What is the word? Horrendous. That is what everyone is saying anyway.
Horrendous? Nobody's cooking can be that bad.
The thinking is enough for me. You have my biggest gratitude.
Fine, I'll do something instead of cooking for you. I just want to be sure that you feel at home here. How about a massage? That may help you loosen up.
I have no problems. My body is already able to relax.
Oh? Then perhaps I could sing you lullabies to help you sleep.
Dorothea?
I'm not having sleeping trouble.
Just know that you never have to worry about putting me out. I like helping my friends. Well then, I must be going, but remember my offer.
Dorothea is filling my heart full.
Okay. Make sure everyone has their weapons equipped. Wait, no. Oh, I already had a steel lance. Good. Yeah, just equip the steel axe and eat the iron one. It's not really a joke, though, is the point. Assault at the Rite of Rebirth. While the plot to assassinate the Archbishop shakes the monastery to its core, you suspect the enemy may have a different motivation. Anxiety abounds as the goddess's Rite of Rebirth commences.
The goddess's rite of rebirth is about to begin. Are we going to move forward with our plan?
I believe so. How confident are you in our theory, Professor?
No one's intuition is perfect. It's ridiculous not to have doubts.
All that matters is how our enemy makes their move, not how our teacher feels about the plan.
You seem a mite too relaxed for my liking. The goddess's rite of rebirth is about to begin. While we are in the goddess tower, We are relying on you to secure the locations that are lacking in defense.
May I let you in on something, Professor? My brother can be a bit callous. He told me that he was concerned about you, and hinted that perhaps you would be better off patrolling a coffin.
That was said in jest, Flame, and in confidence. Please just remain by my side and do not cause any more trouble. As a professor, you would do well to remember that it is your duty to guide your students down the path of righteousness.
Please excuse us, everyone. We shall see you again after the ceremony has concluded.
A coffin. How fascinating.
Hurry, Professor. We must find a place to hide where we can guard the stairs to the Holy Mausoleum. If the enemy moves as predicted, we should be able to cut off their escape path and capture every last one of them.
Okay. Defeat conditions. 25 turns or all units fall in battle. We have Western Church soldiers, bow and tome. Tome and bow. Bow carrying a chest key. So, do I need to point out what's weird about there being a chest we can loot in this fight? I mean, I would rather not be told stuff about Edelgard supports because I am going through them. How many chest keys do I have? Just one. You know what? I'll just go ahead and just make sure I open them with the right person.
We were right. Unwanted guests have come to visit.
Those Central Church dastards have spotted us. Buy me some time while I open the seal on the casket.
I'm on it.
Our enemy appears to be after the tomb of Saint Saros in the back. Are they attempting to steal her bones? It would be best to defeat them before they achieve their aim. Look closely.
They probably want her crest.
There are contraptions of some sort on the floor. Pay attention to our enemy's weapons, and advance while attacking them from advantageous positions.
Oh, duh, right here. Death Knight, 42 HP, level 16, carrying the Scythe of Sariel. Carries a Dark Seal. Allows unit to take the certification exam for a class that uses Dark Magic. More defense, or more resistance than defense. No combat art, so I don't have to worry about that. 33 attack. Flame Emperor Army, an unidentified army led by the Flame Emperor. Let's see here. Lance Prowess. Poison Strike. If it initiates combat and lands a hit, targeted foe loses up to 20% of max HP after combat. Ooh. So I need to pelt him with ranged attacks. Double skill experience. Allows unit to counterattack regardless of distance. Commander, nullifies instant death effects, status effects, and movement effects, and greatly reduces damage from enemy gambits. Lance fire, +5 or lance fair, attack +5 when using a lance. Canto, murderous intent if it initiates combat, grants +20 hit. And he's on terrain that raises a void. Let's see. Scythe of Sariel. Crafted using archaic methods, this intimidating scythe is the Death Knight's weapon of choice. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Unless I'm, like, in tip-top shape with everyone. I'm gonna have Ferdinand just run up and kill immediately.
You should be honored.
And then there's the Tome one.
That's my
Which I'm gonna have Dorothea soften up with Thoron. Goron. And then you can finish the... Oh. Yeah, Linhart, you can finish it off. With wind. And get that bonus experience from that tile. Covered a gambit use. Okay, from here...
I will prevail.
Gonna have Bernadetta and Caspar move up there.
Get the victory.
As you wish.
I'm on it.
I'm liking it a lot, even though I'm really bad and inexperienced with this genre. Wait, I need to turn on the danger display.
Prove your strength and scatter these fools.
I don't take commands or waste my time on weaklings.
If I had,
The knight is a powerful enemy. Let's do all we can to avoid him.
I feel like if I had Petra leveled up and gone into Thief, I could yoink that seal. I'm just thinking about potential strategy. So if I can stand on one of the avoidance floors and attack him, then I get that lower chance to hit. So he's down to 82 chance to hit. Plus whatever avoidance bonus I have. This is theoretical, though. Get some experience for Linhart. You know, that's a good question. That is a wonderful question. I don't know the range on steel, so I don't know if I could chance survival with the avoid floor. He has 17 speed, though, so he's actually not going to be double hitting me. Yeah, that would also work. Well, I also don't know if he can counter steals. You know what? Fine. Just... Thunder. I'm glad line of sight is not a thing.
All roses have thorns.
Alright, so you have the chest key. I don't think so, no. You go for your curved shot. And then you can go in for the kill. Which also just has the bonus of moving you up. And then you can finish this guy off.
You are not.
Leadership up.
Practice yields results.
I may as well win. I'd rather be napping. If only my research had such results.
I'm impressed.
You could have at least tried.
Thank you.
Is it based on the actual stats of the battalion rather than the individual units? Based on charm. Huh.
What a jump.
That's odd. Alright, who has the key now? It's Dorothea. Might as well heal Hubert. Ooh, level up.
Well, like what you see.
I feel like I could set up a killing turn if everyone was at full health, which I do have a bunch of vulneraries. Actually, if you stand here, you can't gambit.
The reinforcements haven't arrived? If they approach from behind, we can attack them from both sides.
Oh, I could also gambit him.
Should I have held back?
Let's see. I can't kill with the bow. What about with the sword? No. Well, just get the sword skill up.
I am greater now. I've got many skills, you know.
Well, let's just worry about taking out the mooks.
Well done.
Now you know your limits.
And you get a chest key. Tempest Lance to kill without taking a counter.
Beneath me.
Spear rank up.
This can't be right.
Come on, man, you got Dex out of it. Stop complaining so much. Yeah, go ahead and you guys start healing yourselves a bit. Oh, you're so close. Crit? No. No crit.
This is harder than expected.
Hey, you got magic out of the deal. You can't really complain if you're getting your preferred stat. Alright. Yeah, you go use Physic on Dorothea. Edelgard, move up to the chest.
Put me in there.
Byleth. Yeah, you just move up enough to bother that mage. Yeah, attacking me from behind isn't actually going to help you guys that much, I hope you understand. Spirit Dust, which is a stat-up item, from the look of the icon.
Divine Spirit, protect me.
For Lady Edelgard.
Training Lance. Intermediate Seal. That was worth it, I'd say. Assist. Heal. Byleth. You know what? I think Byleth's got this. And then Sylvain.
Just give up.
I mean, if I can't set up a kill... Wait, I was just standing next to you! God damn it.
Let's go.
I thought you didn't bother yourself with weak people. Is standing next to you a sign of non-weakness? Oh, it rewinds to after that step. Cool. That could have been communicated way better.
Stay focused.
Battle. Can't get ahead of myself. I'm on it.
Jesus Christ. Oh, I see. There is the danger field around him. Alright. Linhardt can't hit him, at least not with wind.
Put me in there. This'll do it. Right makes might, right? Now I can do so much better.
Oh no.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre. Don't waste it.
Oh, Sylvain actually took the hit that time. Nice. Out of curiosity, I could hit him, and then I would die. So if Linhardt heals Byleth, she can hit him for 14. Sylvain can't do anything this turn, so I can't even theory craft here. Or at least not effectively.
Much needed.
I mean, I assumed that's how it worked. Go ahead and nab this XP for a level up.
I'm not setting a very good example.
I know later Pokemon generations have deterministic RNG like that.
I will prevail.
As you wish. You could have at least tried.
I will get the victory. That's my cue.
Okay, so Ferdinand attacks with a Tempest Lance. That's 17 damage, but only 44% chance to hit.
You're a big help.
If I add it up, 14, 17, so that's 31 damage, and I need 11 more from somewhere. That's 5, and you cannot survive that. I'd rather keep you up for the rest of the fight. Nothing with that tome, but let's see. I'm fairly convinced that Caspar can do well there. A rusted bow. Iron bow. Well, also, what turn is it? 9.
I'm on it.
How do you know that? Did you program the game? Did you crack into the code of the game?
Careful, please.
Like, if you're going to speak of it through bluntly with rude confidence. Alright, that does only 6 damage. Oh. This might work, but I need to deal with the one attacking both of them.
For Lady Edelgard.
Keep it up.
Yeah, just take some damage.
of luck.
Curved shot. There's also Deadeye, which does more damage, but doesn't have the hit bonus.
I thought I was dead.
Okay, I think I can do this. So I need Linhart. To heal Byleth.
Well done.
It's simple logic.
Alright, let's try this shit. What's your gambit? Healing. Okay, Byleth is going down, but that's okay. Hit!
Forgive me, everyone. My battle ends here.
I told you that if you fled, I would not chase you. But it seems you wish to die.
Don't be silly, nobody dies, I'm playing on casual. See, curved shot, you go down. I want to minimize people going down. Let's see. Helm Splitter, effective against armored units. Hell yes. Tempest Lance. 47% chance to hit. If it does, it kills him. It doesn't. Okay. Oh, I actually do have Onslaught. Well, if I need to redo this, I know what to do there. Helm Splitter. Does anyone else have Onslaught? You do.
You require aid? I'll show
Gambit
you.
boost. Wait, that's he can't move, not he takes... You know what? That's fine. And Banshee will hit and kill.
I didn't expect to encounter someone like you. How fortunate.
I still have a long way to go.
Receive Dark Seal. Alright, so now I can get back to just face rolling the fight. Like, I fully understood that I needed to kill him in one turn.
Helpful.
You're too late. The seal will be broken any minute now.
Nope. I don't think so. Just one-shotting him after he speaks with such confidence.
Seal is broken.
Dude, ward spells only work against other spells.
Is the intruder here? Oh, looks like you have this under control. You, round up any stragglers.
Will do.
Stage complete. MVP Hubert. Received Sword of the Creator. This mysterious blade unleashes its true power in Byleth's hands, extending to reach distant enemies. The weapon's durability is restored by 5 each time Byleth chooses rest on her day off. That's not going to be often, I don't think.
Thank you so much.
See, if I wasn't playing on casual, I would not have been able to pull that off.
As all of you have committed a breach of faith, the Archbishop will now pass judgment.
Inciting a kingdom noble to rebel. Unlawful entry. The attempted assassination of the Archbishop. An attack on the Holy Mausoleum. It is unnecessary to go on, followers of the Western Church.
What? We have nothing to do with the Western Church.
You have already been identified. Please spare us your second-rate theater.
Dishonoring a holy ceremony is worthy of death for a member of the Church. You are well past the hope of redemption. If you have any grace remaining, you will willingly offer your life as atonement for this crime.
No! This isn't what we were told would happen. We've been deceived!
It's no use arguing. Whatever your excuse, the punishment stands. May your souls find peace as they return to the goddess.
Wait! Please! The goddess would never forgive you for our execution!
Monster! We know you've already slaughtered many of our fellow brethren like this.
This concludes the investigation. Please remove these poor lost souls from my sight.
That's that, I suppose. The assassination attempt, the attack on the Holy Mausoleum. It was all the Western Church's doing. That masked knight who led the attack somehow managed to disappear without a trace.
The Church of Seros clearly isn't as unified as it would hope to appear. It seems the Bishop of the Western Church was always opposed to the Church being ruled centrally from Garreg Mach. Perhaps they hope to remove the Archbishop in order to completely strip the Central Church of its authority.
That's right. Geralt mentioned that you were raised without any exposure to the Church. In order to function more efficiently, the Church of Seros is split into several smaller entities. The Central Church is the largest, and leads the organization from Garreg Mach.
The Western Church extends from Castle Gaspar, where Lord Lenato rebelled, into the far west. They can be found just beyond the most renowned stronghold of the kingdom, the fortress city of Aryan Road.
It seems the Knights have been tasked with subduing the leaders of the Western Church. We may be given the opportunity to help them with their mission.
To think, our own professor was born in Foglin, and yet knew nothing of the Church. I never imagined explaining something so basic to an instructor of mine. You're something of a special case, are you not?
How strange that the Archbishop would ask someone like that to lead her students. There's clearly more to that decision than we know.
Lady Rhea is pretty scary sometimes. But to execute that whole group, just like that? It seems harsh, even for her.
If one of us does something bad, I wonder what she would do to us.
No, she's been pretty clear that she will murder you if you step outside the bounds of the church.
It seems Lady Rhea would like a word with you. Come with me.
Oh, good.
The Archbishop lives. Not that I had ever placed much faith in those swine from the Western Church.
I have news, both good and bad. The remains of Seros were not in a tomb. However, something else was. The Sword of the Creator.
Ah, the weapon wielded by that thief, the King of Liberation.
Thief? Huh. At any rate, it is now in the hands of the Academy's new professor. I doubt you will be surprised to hear that the crest stone had already been removed from the sword when it was found.
As expected. It would be foolish to keep both in the same location.
There's more. The professor was able to awaken the sword's true power. Even without the crest stone, the sword glowed red. The professor's crest is compatible. There is no mistaking it.
Absurd. Using a relic without its crest stone should be impossible. The King of Liberation's bloodline should not even...
They must be allowed to keep it, for now. I do not have enough information about the professor to act. As for your request, I assent. The Death Knight is at your command. Use him well.
Good. I believe I will enjoy this a great deal.
I cannot thank you enough for defeating those invaders in the Holy Mausoleum, and especially for protecting the sword of the Creator. That sword is one of the hero's relics, and the most precious artifact in the Church's possession. It is also a weapon of terrifying power. For now, I will entrust the sword to you. Please, use it wisely.
Lady Rhea, wait! Do you truly mean to give the sword of the Creator to this stranger? Surely it is not the sort of thing one hands over so readily, even to someone who has the ability to wield it. If someone like Nemesis were to appear again, all of Fodlan would be consumed by...
Yeah, that would be difficult considering we don't have a rocket launcher.
Nemesis, the King of Liberation. He is an ancient king of mankind who was defeated by Seiros over 1,000 years ago. When Fodlan was attacked by wicked gods, it is said that the goddess gifted Nemesis with the sword of the Creator. Nemesis used that sword to defeat the wicked gods, saving all of Fodlan. Henceforth, he was dubbed the King of Liberation. However, his power began to corrupt him until he himself turned to the darkness. Saint Seiros was forced to destroy him. Lady Rhea, I beg you to reconsider. Given a little more time, we could more accurately assess this stranger's abilities.
No. I have faith, Seteth. Faith that our friend here will not be corrupted by wickedness. Since the death of Nemesis, none have been able to wield the sword of the Creator. Now, after all those long years of being sealed away, it has returned and found a new master.
I understand. As you wish, Lady Rhea. There you have it, Professor. See that you do not betray the trust the Archbishop has seen fit to bestow upon you.
Oh, I definitely will.
The sword of the Creator? The King of Liberation? Each tale is more confusing than the last. And I really can't read that Rhea at all. That sword is clearly precious. So why is she so keen to gift the thing to you? Is that a fact? I feel as though we have become entangled in a mystery. And there is one more thing that has been plaguing me. The sword of the Creator. It somehow feels distinct from other relics we have seen.
The other relic we've seen.
Such as the one that... Oh goodness, what was her name? Yes, her! The sword of the Creator is different from her Thunderbrand in one key way. It bears a hole, where something should have been, but is no more. I despise not knowing what is going on. It frightens me. And yet, I place my trust in you. I must, whatever comes to pass. Please swear to cut a path that is your own.
Part 1. White Clouds. Verdant Rain Moon. Tower of Black Winds. The ceaseless rains that satiate the verdant landscape of Fodlan are accompanied by fierce winds and mighty roars of thunder. This abundance of rain, sparkling as it falls against beams of emerging sunlight, is a constant reminder to the people of Fodlan that nature is ever wild and unpredictable. For when the rain finally does take pause, the clouds part and give way to a glorious rainbow.
I like just sliding the Byleth sprite along. New places to explore in the monastery. 4,000 gold.
I have a new mission for you, Professor. I would like for you to take your students into Kingdom territory to eliminate some thieves.
They stole a hero's relic from House Gautier of the Holy Kingdom of Fargus, the Lance of Ruin. Their leader's name is Miklan. He is apparently a disowned son of House Gautier. This skirmish involves a holy relic, and is therefore more than a single noble is capable of resolving. The hero's relics are immensely powerful weapons. We must meet this threat with adequate force. Unfortunately, most of the Knights of Seiros are away from the monastery, purging the apostates of the Western Church. So we are entrusted with this mission. After all, you wield the Sword of the Creator, which is more than capable of opposing any relic.
The Sword of the Creator is a powerful weapon well beyond the other relics. You have nothing to fear. However, to ensure that no harm comes to the students, we will also send the monastery's most skilled individuals to aid you.
I must remind you that you are expected to conduct yourself in a manner befitting the wielder of that holy sword. Also, you should know that Professor Hanneman has been looking for you. That is all.
Seventh sister
Professor,
looks more like
I heard about our
Rhea
mission for this month.
than him.
A thief with a hero's relic is worrisome, but with you at our side, I'm certain we can handle him. After all, you have the Sword of the Creator. It was allegedly wielded by Nemesis, the King of Liberation. If the legends are true, you hold the power to stand against entire armies. A band of thieves should be nothing. Even the most elite Imperial forces or the Knights of Seiros could not hope to defeat you. Is that so? Even if those forces were to hurt someone precious to you? Can you say with full confidence that you would not turn your sword on them if that were to happen? You know, your power does not lie solely in the Sword of the Creator. You are stronger and more terrifying than you realize. Professor, when we leave the monastery, will you still think of yourself as my teacher? Never mind. I'm being thoughtless with my words. For now, let's just focus on the problem at hand.
Good of you to come, Professor. I've heard much about you lately. Specifically, that you are able to awaken the Sword of the Creator's power. Thusly, it seems the true nature of your crest has been uncovered. I had, of course, seen your crest before. However, at first, I failed to recognize its true nature. Eventually, it dawned on me that what is visible is perhaps merely a small part of a greater whole. In other words, your crest is too significant to be detected when using normal instruments. After this discovery, I began researching crests that might fit that description, which allowed for a temporary hypothesis.
Oh my god.
I could not be certain. The crest my conclusion
And it's a
led
fire
me to
sword.
was far too unusual. A crest thought to have disappeared from this world in the millennium since the fall of Nemesis, the King of Liberation. The crest of flames. That is what you possess. Your ability to wield the Sword of the Creator has unequivocally proven my hypothesis.
Is the Sword of the Creator Falchion?
Dormant since time immemorial and now resurrected. There can be no doubt that this ancient power resides within you.
Ah, here we go.
Bob, save. A ghost, perhaps? No, that is surely not the case. What is that look upon your face? I am no ghost, if that is what was on your mind.
No. Who's there? Professor, what are you doing here? Oh? Perhaps I was talking in my sleep. Ah, so you heard me then. Yes, it was a nightmare. I've had them since I was a child. Stupid, pointless dreams I can't control. It's terribly frustrating. No, they're just worthless dreams of the past. Talking about it won't change a thing. I had a feeling you'd say that. I suppose I could try, but only if you swear not to tell a soul. I appreciate it. I dream of my older brother, paralyzed, helpless. My older sister crying for help that never came. The youngest babbling words beyond meaning. I see my family dying slowly, waiting in the darkest depths for a glimmer of light. I once had 10 siblings, 8 older and 2 younger. Such a large family, and yet I became the heir to the throne. Do you know why? Every last one of them was crippled by disease, or lost their mind, or died. I was the only one left who could inherit the throne. Things kept getting worse. The darkness kept getting darker. In the end, I was the only one who survived. The nightmares are a reminder to never forget, to never allow such terrible things to happen again. Even now, I'm the only one who can carry the weight of the Adrestian Empire. The future of the Empire, of everything, depends on me. I shared more than I intended to. I suppose there's something in the air tonight. I've never told anyone about my past before. Please, forget I said anything. Sleep well, my teacher.
Manuela's. Can you recruit staff ever? Or are they considered part of the other houses? Yeah, I noticed the uniform thing, but didn't want to mention anything. I will be right back, also. become available for recruitment. Okay, so I might as well work on this. Let me bring up the guide. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna bring it up in my actual browser. Okay. Apparently there are a lot of possibilities here. So... let's see here. Her preferred tea is mint.
Thank you for your invitation. To what do I owe this surprise? What a lovely smell. I like this tea very much. Thank you. It's good. Yeah.
Let's see. Gardening mishaps is the correct one. It's listed alphabetically, thankfully, so it's easy to find. Heart racing memories. And gardening mishaps is also the correct one. And then
Am I that terrible of a woman? So I'm a little unkempt. What of it? Oh.
let's see. Is there anything? Appreciated by everyone, sure.
Oh, Professor, this makes me very happy.
And there.
Thanks for the treat. Come by the infirmary anytime you need anything. I'll be waiting, Professor.
Yeah, I was accidentally hitting it. Lance tournament for an intermediate seal. They're giving away a lot of intermediate seals at this point. Let's see here. That's 1085. That's 990, but it's 2 range. Honestly, yeah. Ability to use Ruptured Heaven. let's see. Is anyone using a sword that's not steel plus? Actually, you know what? An iron sword plus, and then I will give you... the iron sword plus. Store that away, make sure... Let's see. Increases magic by 2. Store the dark seal. Store the intermediate seal. Store the regular steel sword. And we're good. Oh god, that's a lot of supports. But it's the start of the month. Of course, there's going to be a ton of stuff. Dorothea and Edelgard.
Hey, Adie. Uh-oh, you're scowling again. You're going to get wrinkles all over that cute face of yours if you don't smile more.
Hello, Dorothea. I was just lost in thought. There are so many things to be done. To think of them makes my head ache sometimes. So many nobles of the Empire are utterly useless. When I am emperor, I intend to appoint only those who can actually be useful. It doesn't matter if they're of noble or common birth.
Noble or common, eh? Can you really do that? I mean, not that I don't agree. I'd make all those nobles vanish if I could.
It's not a question of can or cannot. All that matters is doing it and doing it right. The nobility system has only been around for 1,200 years. The concept didn't exist before that.
Only 1,200 years, huh? You always say such preposterous and extraordinary things, Adie. Yet somehow you actually make it work for you. It's like you're a character from an opera.
A character from an opera? If an opera is made about my life someday, I wonder how I'll be portrayed. The revolutionary who guided the Empire to a new dawn, or the foolish ruler who took her revolution too far?
Well, that all sounds pretty violent. But either way, it would make an incredible opera. Do you figure it'd be a grand action piece full of combat and strife? Or would you prefer a somber political drama? Hail the mighty Edelgard, the red blood stains her story. Heavy as her crown may be, she will...
You have definitely thought this over before, Dorothea.
To a brighter dawn we shall carry on. Hail Edelgard!
That's quite enough, Dorothea. I'm starting to feel more than a little embarrassed. Lovely as your voice is, let's just hope that any operatic productions about me are still a ways off.
Hubert and Dorothea? Oh boy.
Completely unreasonable. How will I see to this?
Hubie, what are you doing here?
A routine matter. No cause for concern.
Ah, so it's something to do with Adie then.
And?
She really is all you ever think about, isn't she? Look, I know you're doing all this so that she'll like you, but if you go too far, she'll end up pushing you away. Maybe even hate you.
This has nothing to do with swaying Lady Edelgard's sentiments. I am simply her humble servant. I do what is in her best interest. Whether she cares for me or not is irrelevant.
It really doesn't look that way to me. I bet you'd follow any order Adie gave if you thought it would make her like you. Am I right?
Any order? What a thing to suggest. But the answer is no. I will decline any directive that I deem would not be beneficial to her.
Is that right? So, just for example, if Adie commanded you to find yourself a suitable wife, would you do it?
If it would benefit her in some way for me to marry, then yes, I would marry.
It's easy to say that now, with no bridal party in sight. But if it was the day of the wedding? Nah, I don't believe that.
I don't care what you believe. My only wish is to see Lady Edelgard fulfill her ambitions. All other matters pale in comparison.
Hubie, pale in comparison? You've seen too many operas.
I don't think you understand how the world works. At all.
And I don't care what you think either. I would make any sacrifice to support Lady Edelgard. It's a shame you've never experienced such devotion.
You're right. I don't have anyone like that right now. But maybe someday I will.
Then maybe someday you'll understand. Until then, we will never see eye to eye. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much to do.
Hubie, I don't get you. Although I do find your point of view just fascinating.
Ferdinand and Linhart.
Just look at this place. It's so beautiful, I believe I should take a nap and enjoy it properly.
Linhart, lost in thought, I see. Unacceptable. Are you not aware that a noble's duty is to be ever vigilant?
Rest increases alertness. Is there something I can do for you, Ferdinand?
Well, I was just passing by, and I thought I could give you a little advice. You always seem to be napping. Why not spend your free time doing something productive?
Easier said than done, Ferdinand. I'm afraid I suffer from a constitution that tires easily.
Some training will remedy that. Let us work on that today. I will train you myself. Arise, Linhart. The righteous path of the noble lies before you.
You're always giving it your all, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Is there something wrong with that?
Of course not. In fact, I rather enjoy your demeanor. You go all out even when others wish you wouldn't. You work hard, inspire the admiration of others, and your dignity as a noble is beyond reproach.
I consider it my mission to serve as a guide and a model for other members of the nobility.
As capable as you are striking. Next to you, I am a mere infant.
Oh, you are far too kind. Although I do work hard each day to achieve all of which you speak.
You've mastered all the important noble skills. You dream, talk about how great you are, ride horses.
Indeed. I went for a ride earlier today.
Is that so? You'll have to tell me about it sometime when I'm not walking away.
Where are you going?
I must get some sleep, being the infant that I am. Farewell for now, Ferdinand. Oh, noble among nobles.
Noble among nobles? Seems a bit much. Did he say get some sleep? Hey, wait!
Oh my god, Ferdinand is a complete airhead. Caspar and Bernadetta, as well as Petra.
And that one goes there. Perfect.
Oh, hey, Bernadetta. What's going on?
Enemy! He's here! We're under attack! Help! Someone! Anyone!
Help? I'm the one who came here for help. I guess I'll just take care of it myself. I can't believe I got hurt trying to break up someone else's fight. It's ridiculous. All I do is step in to calm them down, and the next thing you know, they're both at my throat. Hey, you ever been in a fight?
Fight? You're challenging me to a duel? No, I can't! Never fought anyone in all my life! I surrender! You win!
Alright. That was easy enough. Not to be rude, but do you ever think that maybe your attitude makes you a little unapproachable? You should try stepping outside and socializing. I'm sure you'd make friends in no time if you didn't waste it all in here.
Outside? In no time? Oh, sure, yeah! Why didn't I think of that? Or maybe it's just not as easy for me as it is for you. Did that ever cross your mind?
Why wouldn't it be? Making friends is easy. This one time, I even made friends with someone I'd just been in a fight with. I think it was the gorgeous view that did it. We really shared a moment. Come on, let's go check it out.
Hold on! What are you doing? Please don't touch me! Put me down! Put me down!
Calm down. I'm just gonna carry you out of here. Easy does it. And here we are. See? It wasn't so bad now, was it? And what about this view? Gorgeous, right?
So this is what death is like. Didn't expect it to be so sudden. Come and claim me, sweet death. But first, let this evening sun wash clean my imperfect soul.
Hey, now don't go dying on me, Bernadetta. It's just the sun.
Huh? What? Where am I? Oh, it's pretty. Such a lovely view.
Time for some more... Oh, Petra. Hi.
Caspar, do you want to train with each other?
Yeah, sure.
You have had new training recently, and great improvements. I want great improvement too. Will you give me help?
Well, hey, look at that. You pay more attention than I gave you credit for. I have been trying new training methods. They're definitely paying off. My movements are much sharper lately, more precise.
I am knowing that. I want that too. You teach, I learn. We both get more strength. It will be greatness.
All right. I mean, I guess we can give it a shot. Petra?
Yes, Caspar?
No, never mind. Sorry. I was just thinking about something else. Nothing at all. Let's train.
I heard a question in your voice. Say it.
No. It's really nothing.
I heard a question in your voice.
Okay.
That is actually a very good line.
Can we begin the training?
Fine. We can talk about it if you insist. You can stop pretending like you don't know.
What am I knowing?
About my father.
Your father? He is of the military in the Empire. I hear he has great skill.
No, not that. Well, it's kind of about that. I'm talking about when Dagda and Bridget invaded the Empire. My father led the Empire's army that fended off the invaders. Your father was in that battle. Did you really not know? My father killed yours.
You... How long have you had this knowing?
I just found out recently. I had no idea before then. But it's all I've been able to think about since.
So, now you have the truth.
Petra? Damn it. What am I supposed to do now?
Bernadetta and Sylvain.
So full. That fruit plate really hit the spot. Time
Yeah.
to get nice and snug. Maybe do some sewing.
Hey, you Bernadetta. You look pretty happy. Celebrating something?
What? No, nothing at all.
Hey, relax. It's okay if you'd rather not tell me. By the way, I believe you left something in the library. A half-written manuscript? Your own work, I presume? I was curious who it belonged to and gave it a read-through. You're a really talented writer. I'm sorry. I peeked at the first page, then the next, and I couldn't stop. I think it's good enough to publish. It's the kind of adventure story that will make people laugh and cry. I love how you never know what mess the hero is going to get herself into next. I'm dying to read more. Your mouth's hanging wide open. Bernadetta, are you okay?
Sorry, was someone talking about a story?
Yes, that would be me. I read your book.
You read my book?
Yeah, and I loved it.
I'm so humiliated. Please forget everything you read.
Humiliated? No, I think the word you're looking for is humbled, because... And she's gone. Now, what do I do with this book?
The delivery on that, and she's gone.
He actually read it. I regret everything. Even if I burn the pages, I can't burn his memory. Not unless I throw him in the fire, too. No,
Bernadetta?
that's awful. Don't think things like that, Bernie.
Please don't burn Sylvain. All right. Sedith has a quest.
A stone? A stone. I do not understand. Yet, as I think of it, the pounding in my chest grows faster still. But is that me? Or is it you?
Oh boy. A visit to Geralt. Sedith thinks Geralt wants to speak with me. Tending to the saints. The saint statues have been quite neglected lately. Will no one help tidy them up? Forge the way. Anyone with good welding materials, come find me. Herbal remedies. You're having trouble adjusting to life at the monastery, don't forget that professors are here to help. Maintaining your training. Attention professors, please be aware that faculty members are expected to maintain a consistent training regimen. Clearing the way. Bandits spotted on the usual trade routes. Assistance needed. I get a bandit group and esteemed company. Marked as an additional quest. Availability in the T schedule? Sword belt fragment.
I am sorry that the kingdom's unrest did not stop with Lord Lenato. Professor, the hero's relics are incredibly powerful. Please, be on your guard.
Mercedes. Her face looks familiar.
Okay, so I definitely want to do the Lance tournament. Ingrid, Soldier, Lawrence, Leone, Dimitri. Reward is an intermediate seal. Oh.
You should be honored.
Only a fool challenges me. The mark of nobility. The mark of nobility.
And I may as well heal.
This was beneath me.
Man, it's really easy to raise your professor rank.
The Western Church. The Central Church. They believe in the same goddess, but oppose one another. Fodlan is a complicated place.
Ah, new travelers indeed. Let's see here. An advanced seal for 1,800 gold? Sure. Let's do 4-person recon. Sense a nearby presence. At least they're marked as such. And at least it warns me, hey, you're near one.
That's
close. Oh. Recon training completed. You earned a remarkable amount of prestige through your performance. Obtained a turnip, insect larva, Dusker bear, Noah fruit. Oh, there's a bunch of people. Arcane crystal, still no. Umbral steel. Umbral steel sounds worth buying, but I don't know for sure what materials are important. No, I have enough money that I'm not actually worried. Okay. So that's taken care of.
Swinging a sword about in the Holy Mausoleum? The potential for damage is too great to imagine. I sincerely hope the saints' coffins were not damaged. Were you using magic? I've heard you weren't, but it's torture not being able to go inside the Holy Mausoleum for an entire year.
I just got the Sword of the Creator. I'm in chapter 5. First, Saturday. Sunday? Whichever.
So, you have a crest too, eh, Professor? Does that mean you're descended from nobility? You've certainly got the look for it. I sure do wish there were more nobles like you, Professor. A teacher, a mercenary, and so very mysterious. How could a girl ever get enough? Professor, if you're heading to the kingdom, I would recommend taking a coat. It's chilly, even at this time of year. It also rains a fair bit. Don't get caught out there without protection, or you're sure to catch a cold. Aristocrats are fools, allowing their lives to be dictated by their crests. Though, I suppose I am much the same in that regard. I thought school life would be peaceful and quiet, with a sprinkle of drama to keep things interesting. But since you arrived, it's been one thing after another. Is that just a coincidence, I wonder? What do you mean? You said that. Stop trying to spook me.
Encyclopedia of Sweets. Gee, I wonder who that's for.
That reminds me. The Leicester Alliance is governed through roundtable conferences between the 5 most prominent allied dukes, the 5 Great Lords. First and foremost is Duke Regan, the Alliance's leader. Joining him are the heads of House Goneril, House Gloucester, and House Ordelia. Lastly, there is the newest addition, Margrave Edmund. These 5 each have voting power in the conferences. Before House Edmund, it was House Daphne that was counted amongst the 5. However, it is said that the head of that family relinquished their vote to House Edmund, which had only recently risen to significance.
Hey, Professor. Don't you think everyone's making too big a fuss over these crests, or heroes' relics, or whatever they're called? How important can that stuff really be? Personally, I don't even care that I don't have a crest. I'll take muscles over crests any day. Heck, I'll take muscles over a hot meal.
Actually...
For a hero's relic to be stolen, it's unheard of.
And just last month, the Sword of the Creator was almost stolen too.
Also quite unheard of. What impudence.
For House Gautier to invite us onto their land, they must be desperate. But at least we'll have the stalwart knights ready to stand around and watch us do all the work.
For a hero's relic,
And
also
but at least...
I have heard that someone from House Gautier, one of the Kingdom of Fargus's noble families,
is causing some sort of commotion. What a complete disgrace to the nobility.
Actually, while I think about it, store these seals away. Goddess icon increases luck by 4, dex by 2. I'm just gonna go ahead and use all this stuff on buy list since I need stats for recruitment anyway. For now, at least. Although there's magic. Ugh. I do need to get magic up to 15. And then skills. Anyone who needs sword, I should be able to get. Huh. Age unknown. Let's see. I guess I can do this. Huh. Edelgard dislikes swimming. Okay. Hubert likes irony. And dislikes gambling, heights, and nostalgia. Likes being noble and heights. My god. Self-restraint. The rain. Overbearing fathers. Like stuffed animals. That's actually good to know. Because I do have an item like that. Unusual creatures. Dislikes herself. Oh no. Oh god, she's a child star, no wonder. Dislikes math. Mood. Sylvain doesn't like unclean spaces. Huh. Well, I'll probably do the rest of the chapter quests and then... Well, not the fight. Actually, I'll probably go up to the next chapter battle. Anyway, I was more thinking in terms of child stars tend to not have the greatest of mental health. Currycomb.
Professor, please leave Sylvain alone for the time being. The thing is, the bandit's leader who stole the relic is Sylvain's disinherited older brother.
That's right. Hail, Professor. If I may introduce myself, I am Gilbert.
My life has been spent as a dedicated knight. I am to accompany you on your assignment. I may have slowed a step in recent years, but I pledge to you the full extent of my abilities. No, Professor. The pleasure is all mine, I assure you.
Let's see you trade in lance, axe, heavy armor, and riding.
Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report. Oh, come to think of it, last month there was something to report, wasn't there? Thanks to you, I hear that everything was resolved. I never realized that bandits had entered. I'm not a great guard after all, am I? I hope you will forgive me one day.
Iron welding material. Well, that's probably for the blacksmithing quest.
I could use your help.
Bandits have overrun my trade route. Please, can you clear them out so the merchants can reach the monastery? Head to Madrid Way and take down the bandits. New merchants will come to the monastery to sell their wares if they know the area is safe. Need to go to battle to complete certain quests. Choose the battle option on your day off. I figured.
Would you help me out?
I'm running low on supplies. Soon I won't have anything left for forging weapons or making repairs. Sorry to bother you with this, but you can fetch some materials for me. Find the iron welding material near the marketplace and give it to the blacksmith. Once you do, you'll be able to ask the blacksmith to forge weapons for you.
Knew I could count on you. Hey there.
So I can repair weapons, including iron weapons, or rusted weapons. Oh, that's not this. I guess. Forge. Oh, I upgrade weapons. So like I can make the steel axe into a steel axe plus. Oh. I'm suddenly intrigued by the fact I get more stuff at higher professor ranks.
Hey there.
Yeah, I noticed that. It was pretty good. Let's see, rusted bow can just go into iron bow. Not really worth it. What can I do with a normal iron weapon, though, I wonder? Okay, I can increase it in tier. And at C+, I unlock other stuff from the iron plus weapon. I mean, I might as well upgrade you to a seal bow. And then upgrade you to a steel plus since I need to repair your stuff anyway.
There you go. Come back anytime.
Okay. So, even more motivation to crank up my rank. Hey, Flame.
Why is that fish so still? Wait, is it swimming sideways? Perhaps it is resigned to its woeful fate of being plucked from the water and eaten. Ah, Professor, you are so outgoing with all of the students. I would like to have more opportunities to connect with you, though I'm certain my brother would disapprove. Might you help me with a favor?
So this unlocks another faith-raising activity.
I wonder...
Surprisingly not you. Okay. Try mixing north and west seeds, I guess? Honestly, I'm not super worried about it.
It's awful, just awful what happened with the rite of rebirth. The infirmary. Well, it was a mess. things are finally calm again, and so I've come here to unwind. Let me tell you, I put all of my knowledge to use keeping those kids alive. Still, the truth of it is that when someone faces death for the first time, well, they figure out who they are. They learn if they can do it again. We can't lose them, Professor. Not to battle or to cowardice. If you can keep them going, then I will too.
Holding off on cultivating until I do everything I can to raise my rank. Needle and thread, that's for you.
I'm not secretly. Okay, what's Bernie doing right now? Oh, fine. You got me. Keep it a secret, all right? I've been looking for this. Thank you so much.
Let's see. And then I do have a gift.
Wow, thank you so much.
Motivation increased. I guess I can check and see if I have anything else of hers. Reading, drawing, music, embroidery, stuffed animals, solitude. No, I don't think so. Right, Ferdinand. I have the curry comb. Who is it that likes training? Is it Caspar? Yes. Caspar is in reception.
I heard a relic was stolen. If this had something to do with a family conflict, I don't think I could choose a side. I think I'd be a pretty good judge of that. I know relics aren't easy to come by, but I'd still like to get my hands on one. Yeah, that's definitely mine. You really saved me with this. I owe you one, Professor.
And sword belt fragment.
What's this?
Oh. Huh.
This has been my first time to the Kingdom's North. I hear the people of North are cold and have much loneliness. Professor, I hear you have worked as a mercenary in the Kingdom. Did you find joy in this? You cannot remember? Is that having possibility? I have amazement.
Let's see. Oh, that actually unlocks my support with Caspar. Let's see. I'm just gonna write this down. So I don't have to keep going back between them. Roster. There we go. Let's see. It is... I just need to look at the support list. Lorenz for the tea bag. Or tea, whatever.
Professor.
I have heard that someone from House Gautier, one of the Kingdom of Fargus... I don't recall misplacing anything.
Okay, that's also Ferdinand then.
The coffin of Saros in the Holy Mausoleum should have held her remains. Instead, it held the sword of the Creator. What could it mean? Oh! How could you possibly think that is mine?
Wait. Oh. I know who.
Some people are unhappy because they don't have the crest they want, and some are unhappy because they have a crest they never asked for. What's this?
Oh. Well, then who is it? You're the only two people I know who care about horses.
Professor! Hey, Professor, what's going on? A suspicious man? Where? Oh, is that him? What do you think he's up to? Never mind that. Let's get him. Why not? We can figure out what he's up to after we capture him. My instincts tell me that he's up to no good, and my instincts are never wrong. Come on, let's get him before he has a chance to strike. Huh? Huh! It leads to the plaza where the kids play. There's no way I'm letting this guy get anywhere near those kids.
Caspar, why did you disobey your professor?
Well,
I am not seeking excuses from you. I asked because I want you to consider your actions and apologize for them. It just so happens that you were correct in your assumption that this man was a villain. If that were not so, he would not have chosen to take his own life upon seeing you advancing toward him.
Oh.
Great. So I was...
But because of your actions, that is all we know. There is no way for us to know who he was, what he was planning to do, or if he has allies lurking about. The only lead we have is a scorpion. If this indicates that he was a member of an underground organization, we have no way of dealing with it. Are you prepared to be held responsible if his group commits a serious crime? Oh, I couldn't possibly.
What are you talking about, Professor? We didn't do anything wrong. Those kids might have been in danger if we didn't act. I couldn't just stand by and let that happen.
The head of the Western Church holds the title of bishop. That's not as distinguished as an archbishop, such as Lady Rhea, but it still comes with a fair amount of authority. If someone in that position plotted an assassination, I cannot help but think it must have been instigated by some outside force. There are bishops in the Eastern Church as well, but to speak frankly, they do not have much impact. They are under the influence of both the Archbishop and the Leicester Alliance, so their ability to voice grievances is quite limited.
Oh. That man I walked past earlier, that wasn't Lord Rodrigue, was it? House Fraldarius is a powerful, noble family, linked to the founding of Fargus. Lord Rodrigue, its current leader, is a magnificent warrior. He's known as the Shield of Fargus. A dozen or so years ago, during the Northern Campaign in Srang, he performed splendidly as the king's right hand. Come to think of it, wasn't there someone from House Fraldarius amongst this year's students?
You acquitted yourself honorably last month. To think they'd go into the Holy Mausoleum and assault the Goddess Tower. I cannot imagine the Western Church was acting on its own. Someone must have been helping them. As for the masked knight who escaped, his days are numbered. I hope we find him soon, so I can kill him myself. You acquit to think I cannot has I hope we
Is the fragment yours? No.
I am Rodrigue Achille Fraldarius. I bear the great honor of serving as a lord in the kingdom of Fargus. I have come in Margrave Gautier's stead to retrieve their stolen relic. However, as I hear it, a group of students is to attend to this matter. I sincerely hope no harm comes to any of them.
I'm so sorry my older brother is causing you all this hassle, Professor. Don't misunderstand. I always thought he was a piece of garbage. But I never thought
No, it was the
I can't wait to see his
sword
face
belt
when he
fragment.
realizes I'm in the group that was sent to take him down.
Hey,
I already gave the replica to Caspar. Which is still, you know, questionable, but... Exotic feather. From Bridget. Okay, so that's Petra's.
Really?
I need to sense fortress.
Right.
Let's see, where's the next person? Yeah, there's like Dr. Bird's force. Pretender a horse was the response, I guess. Dealing with Tina Belcher
You
here.
guys have it bad in your own way. But believe me when I say we've got it bad too. With all that happened last month, a great many knights were dispatched to the Western Church. And now we must set out for the Eastern Church, located in the far east of the Leicester Alliance. If I must die in Alliance territory, I wish it wasn't in the mountains in the middle of nowhere. I'd much rather go on a sightseeing trip to Deirdre. Oh, you don't know? Deirdre is House Regan's domain. It's called the Aquatic Capital.
Okay. I'm thinking...
I've had a chance to spar with Gilbert of the Knights of Seros before. I couldn't get a single strike in. If that man is accompanying you on your assignment, you can rest assured that no harm will come to you. To be honest, he kind of reminds me of someone. But no, it must be my imagination. right?
Isn't it strange? Saint Seros's body was missing from her coffin, but they found a sword in its place. Do you think she moved from her coffin and left the sword behind?
Mercedes?
So the whole plan to attack the monastery was some plot devised by the Western Church? That means they used Lenato. What right do they have to drag a good man like him into their schemes?
You have helped me so much.
Oh, that was the quest. It was just to get me up here to know that, hey. Oh, this is where you spend renown. Okay, so this is the grade shop.
Need something?
So I can buy skills +1. Increases experience earned by 1 while instruct. Oh, okay.
This one?
So that's going to add up very quickly. I don't really teach authority.
This one? You're all set. This one? You're all set. This one? You're all set.
Let's see. There's experience +5% in general. Increase experience in heavy armor by 2 while instructing. Increase divine pulse charges. Increase experience in bow by 2. Rolling experience. Increase maximum defense and resistance. That goes into flying. I can't really instruct myself in flying. Not instructing anyone in faith. I don't really need to worry about like getting the 20% XP boost. So let's see. I think I went to work towards heavy armor +2.
You're all set. This one? This one? You're all set. This one? You're all set.
I could go straight into Divine Pulse, and then I could go into Bow +2 when I finish my other side quests and stuff today. Yeah, let's go Divine Pulse.
You're all set. This one?
And Bow +2. Awesome.
You're all set.
I don't really care about these last 3. So let's increase authority, I guess.
You're all this one?
And reason to work towards writing.
You're all set. See you again soon.
Okay, so now that we have an opportunity to spend AP, I have my first support with Ferdinand available. I guess I should work on Lysithia and Mercedes. Um... Is there anything that they both like? Does not appear so. Okay, so let's do the special with... I guess I'm gonna raise you two's motivation.
I would be like you.
Yeah, you just get it, Professor. This is my favorite.
Cooking with Mercedes. Again, I really like cooking for Dex.
Cooking is much more.
And then... Oh, you two both like this.
Eating delicious. This is my absolute favorite.
Alright. I'm probably not going to be able to squeeze in another professor rank this month. Because I only have one bait. Blue I ignore. Blue I ignore, and I catch the third one, whatever it is. And it's blue again. Cool. Oh, blue is large. I thought red was large. Oh, I just caught 4 things in one. Ah, 15 experience off. Okay, prune. And then I have a support to do. Then we have an optional battle to go do next week after I do my instructions. Well, I still get the extra AP next time. Because I'm going to rank
Hello,
up
Professor.
from
May I speak
instructing.
with you? You seem to hold Edelgard in high esteem. That is my impression, at least. Well now, that is not what I expected you to say. You clearly have high standards. And what is your opinion of me? I am at least her equal, am I not? Be honest. Do not hold back. Pretend that I am just a regular person, not the scion of a noble house. Evenly matched? Me? With her? I was just being modest before. Honestly, I have always prided myself on being superior to Edelgard. But evidently, that is not your perspective. I suppose there is only one thing to do. I must demonstrate my excellence. Precisely. You cannot stop me. I will prove that you have drastically underestimated me. You think I could ignore such a slight upon my honor? Not likely. Come, Professor. We will begin with battle. Edelgard's skills in combat are no match for mine. I heard that just the other day, she defeated a demonic beast without assistance. Well, anything Edelgard can do, I can do better. And in half the time. Professor, you can be my eyewitness and timekeeper. Here we go! 2 at once? That's... well, it will be fine. I can't do it! It seems you have saved my life. Thank you, Professor.
Alright, I did my... Oh wait, no, I have not gone and done upstairs stuff. In either upstairs region.
Professor, Geralt was looking for you. It seems he has gone off somewhere. If he is not in his room, then surely someone has seen him. Ask around. I have something to ask of you. I have something to ask of you.
You must be rather
Hello, you.
by the power that was hidden within. However, know that I believe in you. I have no doubt that you will use that power justly. You will most certainly fulfill the grand destiny that the goddess has seen fit to grant you. May I ask a favor of you? May I ask a favor of you?
Alright, I can't do that till... Well, if it's marked as an additional quest, it's not this month only, okay. I'll just do it next month, I guess.
Well... Oh, Professor, are you looking for Captain Gerald? I just saw him in the Knight's Hall a little while ago. He was talking with a female knight, but I didn't get a good look at who she was.
Oh my! The crest of flames? Could it really? Yes, the actual crest of flames! No, that is quite enough. I should compose myself. I must remain objective in my research. Objective, professional. The scandal with the Western Church troubles me. We cannot afford to let ourselves be swept along, and yet...
I saw. Well, I guess saying it doesn't help if you're watching with audio off.
Don't you think Professor Hanneman's been acting a bit strange? Maybe he's made some kind of big discovery.
Maybe. The assassination attempt on Lady Rhea, the theft of a hero's relic. I am up to my ears in foul news of recent. Speaking of, there's a terrifying rumor swirling around Garreg Mach these days. Apparently, a spirit of death wielding a huge scythe has been kidnapping young maidens. Will the madness never end?
Yeah, we kinda kicked his ass. Don't ask other people how exactly that went down. Just know that we beat him down handily. You know. Time to give out weep.
Were you using magic? I've heard you weren't. I'll gladly take this.
Oh, there's someone I didn't talk to over here.
Hey there.
Hey, I wanted to ask you to join me, but I couldn't find you. So, here I am. I was thinking we should visit your mother. She's resting beneath this humble grave. Oh, of course you would ask that. I wouldn't know where to begin. I suppose I haven't talked much about her. She was gentle and smart. Oh, so smart. A wonderful cook. Always kind to everyone. And she loved flowers. Whenever I brought her back an unusual flower, her face would light up. I cherish those memories. I can't count how many times she made me happy just by smiling. And she smiled the most when she was pregnant with you. She died right after you were born. She wasn't able to spend much time with you, but she loved you with all her heart. That's the truest thing I know. Never forget it. This ring is the only keepsake I have of her. In time, it will be yours. One day, I hope you'll give this ring to someone you love as well as I love her.
Well done. You have my thanks.
She died right after Byleth was born in 1159. So Byleth is 21.
What the?
I'm not serious. Thank you.
I appreciate your effort.
Get a bunch of renown now, so let's go spend even more of that. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I can rank up. I don't think it unlocks any more crafts for me, but hey. Dang it. I did when I thought that I wouldn't actually get another rank. Master classes have been unlocked. Oh, that's important. Once you reach level C, you can assign a adjutant to follow a unit into battle. Number of adjutants you can, depending on a class, you can get one of 3 types of aid: follow-up, guard, or heal. Adjutants are more effective at high level support. supports. You get experience in battle, but do not lose weapon durability, and do not die if the host unit is defeated. Let me double check. Yeah. And I actually have a support with Bernadetta available.
That's so.
Great weather today. Perfect for shutting yourself inside, don't you think? Oh, you go right ahead. I'll be right here. The better the weather, the less crowded it is in here.
That's not...
I can't pass up having all the space to myself. I love feeling like I'm all alone in the world. Oh, that. Well, I guess I can tell you, Professor. My father's obsessed with money. He's only ever seen me as bait for a rich husband. To train me to be a good wife, he'd do things like tie me to a chair. I tried hard to do as he asked. Honestly, I did. But before I knew it, I just couldn't bring myself to leave my room anymore. I just had this overwhelming feeling of fear all the time. No matter how hard I tried, my father never thought I was good enough. After that, it was just constant scolding. He couldn't say 2 words to me without mentioning how useless I was. An unmarriageable girl. My life was isolated, to say the least. I wasn't allowed to play with other kids, let alone make friends. Soon, I stopped wanting that. I was happiest alone, but even that made him mad. And when he tried to drag me outside, I kicked and screamed so much, I seriously hurt myself. He's calmed down a bit in recent years. His constant torment was replaced with complete indifference. He mostly acts like I don't exist now. If you can believe it, I was basically kidnapped. My mother ordered an attendant to stuff me in a bag while I was sleeping. By the time I figured out what was going on, I was already here. For a while, I was sure I was going to die. But here I am. Look at me, still breathing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you down talking like that about my past. Just forget everything I told you. There's no point in talking about myself anyway. Idiot! Oh, this is why everyone hates you, Bernie! What? No, it's not... Oh, Professor! How can you be so kind to me? I don't deserve it.
That is a weird thing to censor, though. Was it, like, an inaccuracy or something? Because that seemed like what she was going for. Ooh, +1 movement on supports. Alright. Let's finish the day. I mean, people would have noticed... People might have noticed it being different from the original script or other languages or something. Okay.
I still have much to learn. I still have much to learn.
Okay, then it makes sense there. Weight -3. Eh.
still have much to learn.
I did unlock the next tier of classes, so I might be able to spec her into heavy armor properly now. Or knight, or whatever it is.
Never underestimate a noble. I am quite...
I at least want to get you to D+ here.
In late?
And then keep working on your perk here. Yeah, just go for sword, honestly. Sylvain.
Wow. I thought this... Alright, that's... Wow. Got it. I thought this was a test.
Not quite there. And... I guess Bernadette on bow. I already got her perk. You don't have one. You already got yours. Actually, I should be focusing on training your Lance up to at least C rank.
The
There we go.
battlefield has much to teach. One step closer to mastery.
May I ask?
I'm an avid arms collector. Ever since coming to live here, however, I've had much more trouble finding new items for my collection. Any ideas as to where I might find some uncommon weapons? Let's see here. You're a noble, so you won't want to do blacksmithing. What? Hang on. I don't know what that means. Let's see. And I feel like merchants are the best way to go for uncommon weapons, because knights have to have fairly standard weapons.
Okay, that is a possibility.
Professor.
Yeah, sure.
Our professor is certainly adventurous.
What?
Yeah. It's a decent...
I do like the dynamic Ferdinand has with, Edelgard.
It's starting to take shape.
Learned Restore.
Got it.
Learned Dex plus
I'm
4.
really getting the hang of this.
Learned Spike and Axe Prowess 3. So, master classes have been unlocked, so I can actually start looking at those and their requirements. Okay, I really like the Mortal Savant outfit. Gramarye. Okay, I like this outfit a lot too. Let's see here. Byleth can take the intermediate thief class, but that's Petra's thing. What do you get for finishing Myrmidon anyway? I guess the real question is it worth finishing beginner classes when I have access to intermediates? Because I really want to put Edelgard into Armored Knight already. I'm not gonna worry about it for now. See, I still only have one battle AP. I feel like doing Clearing the Way is the better one to do because it'll unlock stuff for or from merchants. Alright, the enemy. Let's see here. One bandit has bullion, as per usual. Let's see, I want to level Sylvain and Petra up especially.
I will get the victory. Stay focused.
Oh, I forgot to replenish my battalions. Yikes.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
That's my cue.
I will prevail. Put me in there.
Oh no.
I'm on it.
See, I've never been a fan of that thing in the genre where you have to, like, spend an entire turn or two just moving up forward. That's part of the pacing issue I've had with strategy RPGs and tactical RPGs.
Witness frigid pride.
work created this.
Specifically the Tier 1 classes. Like, I don't know if I care about, maxing them. Before moving on to intermediates. Actually, yeah, let's do that.
Only a fool challenges me.
I owe you one.
So part of my assumption of the level cap being 20 is based on Shining Force, which was an older game for the Genesis, which was kind of intended to be Fire Emblem, but fast. You know, they wanted rounds to resolve much quicker than they did in even the old Fire Emblem games. And the level cap for a class was 20, but you could take a class up, you could reclass at 10 and just lose 10 levels, or 9 levels, I guess. And you would get the most benefit from, you know, going to 20 and reclassing.
Flame Spirit, protect me.
If you get movement abilities, yeah, that is pretty important.
All roses have thorns. It's over.
Oh, it's a whip sword. That is awesome. Or a sword whip, I guess. Rusted sword, which is an iron sword.
Splendor of nobility. You are nothing.
Also, I just want to point out that Bernadetto's Gambit line is, "You've pushed me too far," which is just very... I like that a lot. It's raw, I guess. Yeah, I need to replenish.
Now I can do so much better.
Heck yeah, you can with that point of strength.
You're weak.
Da, na, 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 na.
Just give up.
I am aware of your weakness. Flame spirit, protect me. Disappointing, but one step before the next step.
Knew you could do it.
Heal Caspar.
Failure is not an option. Witness frigid pride.
I'm probably gonna play them on my own for no real reason but wanting more variety in what I stream. I don't want to be playing this for, you know, 100 hours on stream. Like 50 hours for Final Fantasy was massive alone.
Well, I like what you see.
Thanks for helping.
Only a fool challenges me.
As expected.
Clearing the way. Cleared. Renown increased.
Why, thank you so much.
I have gratitude.
Thanks so much.
I am grateful.
I thank you.
Oh, you automatically proceed once you run out of AP. Okay. Okay, Caspar. Gonna help you master Axe even faster.
Nailed. I'll get it next time, too.
There's an Axe class that's not just the heavy armored one, right?
I got it right? Phew. Thanks. I got it.
And fists. Okay. I'm gonna have to start working on fist then. He'll be a muscle wizard.
What? Was I wrong somehow? I suppose I must try harder next time. Oh, I was right? How embarrassing. It's starting to take shape.
In that case, I should probably have him solo brawl training. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy with how everyone is training. Yeah. You're at such a rank that I think you can balance reason and faith. Yeah. Because you are right, it's good to have another character with a massive magic stat. If I have to hit someone, I want to do this stuff so far away, there's no way I can get hit back. I think I want to master the bow, and then people everywhere will know me as Bernie the Snake. Sure. I feel like riding is fine to keep as a secondary. Oh, another rank in Sylvain's support.
You think I cheat?
No, Sylvain's first support with me, I think.
Come on. You should know me better than that. You're the only one for me. I swear. Hey, if you don't believe me, well... Oh, I get it. If I'm not your type, do you want me to introduce you to some other guys who have crests? They're all nobles, just like me.
What? That isn't why I'm... You're worse than I thought.
I just want you to be happy. You know, get what you're after. I hate seeing a girl cry. Especially one as beautiful as you. So, you know, maybe we... So, Professor, do you enjoy spying on people? You look like you've got something to say, so say it. Weren't you listening? I'm on her side. She knows that. But you know how it is. Most relationships, they end in heartbreak. Anyway, I don't know why she's so upset about me dating other girls. She didn't care before she found out, so why does she care now? I really do hate seeing a girl cry. Come on, it's hard on me too. If only I had someone to comfort me. It's okay if you want to console me. I happen to have some exquisite tea back in my quarters. You could come by and we could chat about love. Calm down, it was only a joke. You've really got no sense of humor, you know that?
Rank with Linhart.
Well, hello, Professor. You came all the way to my room to... Oh. You've brought the materials from your lecture I slept through. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's not that I want to miss lectures. Exactly. Drowsiness is my arch nemesis. For some reason, I just can't seem to win against it. Just talking about it makes me sleepy. That sounds more than a little exhausting. I think I'll stay in. I must compliment you, though. By this point in most conversations, I'm bored senseless. But I'm enjoying this. I wonder why. What is it about you that fascinates me so? You're definitely a strange one. In truth, your very nature is odd. You're definitely not a commoner, but you don't seem like a noble either. You're something else. And yet you can wield one of the hero's relics. You're like a hero in some silly legend. Or you could be a villain who came here to enact some evil plot. That wouldn't surprise me either. Hey, Professor, will you ever allow me to investigate that crest of yours? It won't hurt a bit, I swear. I'm sure I could find out all sorts of things about your crest. And you. Of course, I'm not as experienced with such research as Professor Hanneman, but I do what I can. Someday, I think I might like to become a crest scholar. You never know. Oh, don't trouble yourself. I didn't mean now. I've got a lot of other research I'm working on at the moment. I tend to start a project, get bored, and then leave it be. I might be ready to investigate your crest soon. I'd have to tidy up a bit first. On that note, good night, Professor.
It's light out. Leone. Let's see. Preferred tea is 4 spice, which I don't have, so I'll just use whatever I have the most of.
Thanks. This is great. Hmm? Yeah. Hmm?
That's for the future. Oh, this is a correct one.
Don't throw away anything that's still usable, okay? I'll take whatever you don't need. I see. Thanks for the tea. Invite me by again sometime.
What a splendid result!
Is that so?
Perfect result from those two.
I won't forget all I've learned.
Model leader.
As long as it makes me stronger.
Brawling prowess level 2. I notice I don't get to lecture this week.
Impressive. Thanks.
Alright. Merchant military and bandits added. Oh, that's not an upgrade to the marketplace yet. It's a new calendar edition, I guess, when merchants are here. I feel like mages don't need the movement abilities, so I am going to go ahead and move Hubert up to Dark Mage.
I've passed, have I?
And Linhart, I'm going to move to Priest.
I passed? Well done, me.
fighters definitely need their movements. Bernadetta. So, soldier gets you... Oh, fighter gets you shove and strength 2. Oh yeah, I definitely want to go for mage next then. You're not going to need shove, though, is the thing. So yeah, let's get you onto... Let's see. Is there a riding archer? Riven Rider's axe. There's a bow knight, so you're going to need lance eventually. But I am comfortable going ahead and giving you just archer for now. Oh, and she gets some bonus luck. Let's see. Myrmidon gets swap and speed, so I am going to keep Petra on that. Let's see. Dorothea can go into regular mage.
I passed thanks to you, Professor.
Yeah, I don't think she needs the drawback. Like, I'll still go for, like, the beginner classes and stuff when I'm grinding anyway. Because, hey, why not? But on that note, though, I gotta buy some intermediate seals. Real badly. Alright, and I only start unlocking foraging stuff at C+ professor rank. Supports are available. I should do them in case you waste points, though. It'll take some time before you can deepen this bond. Okay, so that's done pre time skip.
Training again. You're certainly working hard, Caspar.
Oh, Edelgard. You scared me. You should have said something.
I did, but no matter. What has you training with such intensity? It's never good to neglect one's training, but overdoing it is ill-advised as well. You could already give any student here a battle they wouldn't soon forget.
You think so? Well, thanks. I appreciate that. I can't really stop training, though. I gotta get better if I expect to get anywhere in this world.
If memory serves, you're the second son of House Bergleys, right?
Well, shove is especially good because you can use it to get another stronger unit in that space.
I understand.
Or you can make them unable to move and then shove them with a gambit.
Also inherit great burdens, but the same can be said of those who inherit nothing.
What are you talking about? I don't have any troubles. Who cares if I don't inherit anything? It just means I get to cut a path to my own future. You know what your problem is, Edelgard? You always have to make everything about you.
Are you picking a fight, Caspar?
Hey, now come on. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. Always happy to fight, though, if that's what you want.
I have no desire to bicker with you. Good luck with your training. Goodbye.
What was that about? I'll never understand her.
Petra, you seem to be flourishing in your new environment. Is all going well for you?
Lady Edelgard, everything is well with me. Thank you for your question. Everyone shows great kindness, even while I am still learning about the language.
I'm glad to hear it. After all, a Brigid Royal like yourself is of vital importance to the future of the Empire. If you ever need anything, please let me know. It's my job to watch out for you after all.
If that is your want, I will rely on you if I have the need. However, I will not have that need. I can resolve any problems that occur by myself.
I don't doubt it. Perhaps I'm worrying too much. I just don't know what I would say to your family if something were to happen to you.
Do not spend your worry on me. In Brigid, there is a phrase we say, you cannot shoot two birds with one arrow. Brigid and I are that second bird. Your first target is your ambition. Can you disagree?
There is certainly truth in your words. I do have ambitions that transcend all else for me. When I ascend the throne, there are certain things I must do. Tell me, Petra, who do you think I am?
Huh?
I will tell you. I am Edelgard von Hresvelg, and yes, I'm attempting to do what no one else can. I'm prepared to shoot 2 birds, or even 3, with a single arrow. That is the least of the impossible things I will accomplish. If you don't need my patronage, then prove it. Show me your power. Never settle for being the bird. Be the arrow instead.
I will take your words to my heart, and you will be seeing my power. I give you my promise.
Let's see, what flaws does Hubert see in Caspar?
I'm not finished with you. I am Caspar! What's going on, Hubert? You need something?
I watched you training earlier. Pitiful display.
Excuse me? What's that supposed to mean?
You yell before every move.
I know. I do it on purpose. It's how I get fired up. Is that a problem for you? You scared?
Stupid habit. If you value your life, you'll break it.
What are you talking about? It sounds like you might have a problem with me.
As a matter of fact, I do. If it was only your own idiotic life at stake, I wouldn't bother saying anything. But it's not. Your foolishness hurts everyone.
Ooh, you sure do love to hear yourself talk.
Suppose you were to shout on the battlefield as you did in your training today. It is very likely the enemy could anticipate your next move based on your insipid blather. And what if your allies are startled by your outburst and fumble with their weapons as a result? This is not to mention the obvious fact that you would utterly botch any covert operation.
You really think I'm that stupid? I only shout when it's completely necessary. I don't do it all the time.
Whatever habits you develop in training, you will reproduce on the battlefield. Combat is tense and frantic. You will default to your training whether you mean to or not.
Hey, why don't you just shut up about it? I can control myself.
Linhart and Bernadetta.
La 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 la. Such lovely weather for painting.
Bernadetta?
Who are you? Where did you come from?
It's just me, Linhart. What are you doing?
Painting! Just painting. Not important. Am I in your way? I'm in your way. I'll just go. I'm going.
No need for all that. I just came out here to read. I'll stay quiet and still so as not to bother you. If you want to go, that's fine too.
No. I'll stay.
Say, aren't you usually holed up inside?
I'm sorry! I'm sorry for coming here. I'm sorry for bothering you! Mad, aren't you? You look really mad. I'll just pack up. I'll be gone before you know it.
Mad? At you? Never. I rather admire you, in fact. I fantasize about shutting myself in my room and never going outside again. It sounds like paradise. However, I wouldn't be able to perform my research. That, Bernadetta, is a problem.
What? You admire me? Nah! No way. I know a trick when I see one. What are you plotting? So you want to copy me, is that it? And what's a copy do with the original? Replace it! Well, I've got you figured out. I won't just sit back and take it. I'll fight you!
What? That's never... this is too much hassle. I'm leaving.
Sorry! Please don't kill me!
Oh god. Dorothea and Sylvain, huh?
Ah, Sylvain. It's unusual to find you doing something other than hitting on women.
Ah, Dorothea. I've been preparing to do just that, as it were. My intention is to flirt with the monastery's most beautiful flower, Dorothea herself.
Oh dear. And I've ruined all your hard work. You might as well save the effort. I'm not taking the bait.
Oh, Dorothea, your wit is as sharp as your beauty. Don't you want just a little flirting? Just a sample? I'm not like all the others, you know.
I don't doubt it. By not like all the others, do you mean how serious you are about being disingenuous when you flirt?
And that is supposed to mean what exactly?
Your social standing isn't bad, and you're not bad to look at or particularly dumb. You could easily be engaged by now. But you just flit from one woman to the next without settling on anyone. I bet you enjoy going out with them, but you hate women themselves. Don't you think?
Me? Hate women? That couldn't be further from the truth. I'm always serious when it comes to matters of the heart. When I flirt, I stake my life on it.
Uh-huh. I'll believe it when I see it. Staking your life on a person is the sort of thing you should only do when you're in love.
That's what I've been saying. I love you enough to stake my life on it. And I'm seriously in love with each and every girl I flirt with.
I see. Regardless, I'm not staking my life on you. So you'd better go and fall in love with someone else. Goodbye, Sylvain.
She's stone cold. I love it.
Alright, so I think I am going to end off... No. I'm gonna see what the next fight is like. Maintaining your training. And if it looks like it'll be quick, I'll go ahead and do it.
I have gratitude.
Thanks so much.
Actually, no, we're gonna get a look at the battlefield and then end off. Oh, it's the same fight. Alright then. In any case, next time we're going to knock out this fight, the next chapter fight, and then maybe the next whole chapter. We'll see how many side fights there are. Thank you for joining. Hope you enjoyed.